Liberty Beacon County. Ping Any City. Midtown High School. S.H.I.E.L.D sat by the classroom window, staring blankly outside as sunlight spilled across his desk. How did I end up here? He let out a quiet sigh. He had crossed over this morning. No warning. No build-up. One moment he was himself, the next he woke up in a stranger's body. The original owner of this body had left behind a car, a house, and one more thing. Both parents were dead. S.H.I.E.L.D did not feel sad. From an orphan to a wealthy orphan. That alone made this rebirth feel generous. At the very least, survival would not be an issue in this world. He casually unlocked his phone, scrolling through the news, when a headline made his fingers freeze. Hammer Industries announces the successful development of new weapons. Tony Stark is officially history. S.H.I.E.L.D's pupils shrink. He immediately clicked into the article, skimming it at high speed. Every word confirmed the same thing. Tony Stark. Missing. Gone for over 2 months. This is that Tony Stark. His heart started pounding. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly searched through more keywords, connecting the dots one by one. Captain America had not appeared yet, which meant he was still frozen. Tony Stark had been kidnapped for over 2 months. If the timeline was right, Iron Man's birth was not far away. Bruce Banner was still just a scientist. No reports of the Hulk. Likely being suppressed by General Ross. Mutants were nothing more than rumors, not yet exposed to the public. No Avengers. No superheroes. No chaos. So, I'm in the Marvel Universe. The realization hit hard. S.H.I.E.L.D leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. He was just an ordinary person. No powers. No combat training. No cheat knowledge that could let him stand at the top of this world. If he wanted to survive, there was only one rule. Lie low. Cling to fate. Don't die early. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a cheerful voice rang out from the front of the classroom. Hi, Gwen. Hi. S.H.I.E.L.D subconsciously looked up. A tall girl with long blonde hair walked into the classroom, sunlight outlining her figure. Her presence instantly drew attention without her doing anything at all. Gwen. She was stunning. Even more beautiful than the celebrities S.H.I.E.L.D remembered from his previous life. Then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Important character detected. Fate evolution system successfully bound. S.H.I.E.L.D froze for half a second. Then his breathing quickened. A system. Of course there was a system. Joy surged through him, followed by barely contained excitement. In less than 2 minutes, S.H.I.E.L.D fully grasped how it worked. It's ridiculously simple. Change the fate of important characters. Earn fate points. Fate points could be used in 2 primary ways. First, directly enhance his 6-dimensional attributes. Intelligence. Strength. Speed. Endurance. Spirit. Energy. Second, access the system mall. Abilities like flight, telepathy, immortality. Items like senza beans, devil fruits, and strange artifacts. Special props like copy cards, task cards, and character templates. Even high-level templates. S.H.I.E.L.D swallowed. This system is insane. Novice gift pack distributed. Please check. A beginner pack too? Open it. All 6-dimensional attributes raised to LV3. Special ability acquired. Teleportation. Special item acquired. Symbiote battle suit. Special prop acquired. Batman Bruce template. A wave of warmth rushed through his body. S.H.I.E.L.D clenched his fist, feeling strength surge beneath his skin. It felt like he could shatter concrete with a single punch. Whether that was true or not, he was not sure. But the change was undeniable. His mind felt sharper too. Knowledge he once struggled to remember surfaced effortlessly. Concepts that confused him in his past life now felt simple. If I studied again, I'd definitely be a top student. So this was the effect of LV3 attributes. Teleportation. A symbiote suit. And Batman's template. All premium stuff. System. Integrate the Batman template. Integrating Batman Bruce template. Estimated time, 1 day. 1 whole day. The template includes knowledge, abilities, and combat experience. Host foundation is insufficient. Extended integration required. Sue-yi went silent. Fair. Batman had mastered countless fields, languages, sciences, and combat styles. Compared to that, Sue-yi was painfully average. One day is already generous. System. Open my status panel. Fate Evolution System. Host, Sue-yi. Age, 19. Fate points, 0. Template, Batman Bruce, integrating. Intelligence, LV3. Strength, LV3, approximate, 10 tons. Speed, LV3, 100 meters per second. Endurance, LV3. Spirit, LV3. Energy, LV3. Combat skill, LV0. Special ability, teleportation. Special item, symbiote battle suit. So that's the 6 dimensions. 10 tons of strength. 100 meters per second speed. With the symbiote suit, his survivability had skyrocketed. Now all he needed were fate points. As students gradually filled the classroom, Sue-yi scanned his surroundings. Saving Captain America was impossible. Tony Stark was out of reach. Then his gaze stopped. Gwen had already taken her seat, just ahead and slightly to the right. Moments later, a fiery red-haired girl walked in and greeted Gwen casually as she passed. Sue-yi's eyes widened. Mary Jane. He looked around more carefully. Gwen Stacy. Betty Brant. Mary Jane. Liz Allen. All here. All real. They're even prettier than the movie versions. Then he realized why. Age. They were young. At their peak. Not yet worn down by life or tragedy. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Red hair, fiery charm. Each one distinct. Gwen really is a goddess. Liz is pure hot girl energy. Betty looks sweet enough to melt you. And Mary Jane, no explanation needed. Sue-yi smirked. System, changing their fate counts too, right? Yes. His smile widened. He glanced to his left. Peter Parker. Not bad looking. A little awkward. A little melancholic. Very much like the version he remembered. Sue-yi leaned back in his chair. Sorry, little Spider-Man. I'm just trying to give them a better future. And this time, he planned to start from the very beginning. Math class dragged on. The teacher stood at the front, droning endlessly about formulas and numbers, but none of it reached Sue-yi's ears. While the lesson continued, Batman's template quietly integrated in the background, steadily reinforcing his knowledge and sharpening his intelligence. Concepts that once felt dull now lined themselves up neatly in his mind. Still, class was class. Boring. So Sue-yi did what any healthy teenage boy would do. He looked around. More specifically, he admired the scenery. His gaze lingered briefly on Mary Jane, sitting a few rows ahead. Just as he was about to look away, a heavy presence pressed down behind her. A tall, broad-shouldered boy turned around slowly. Big frame. Thick neck. Muscles that screamed football. Their eyes met. The boy's expression twisted into something hostile. He flashed a sharp glare and dragged his thumb across his neck in a crude, threatening gesture. Sue-yi raised an eyebrow. So that's Flash Thompson. The school bully. The guy who made it a hobby to push around weaker students. Especially one skinny, awkward kid named Peter Parker. As an Asian transfer student, Sue-yi already stood out. Now Flash had caught him looking at Mary Jane. There was no way Flash would let that slide. The bell rang. Class finally ended. Students began packing up, chatting loudly, but Sue-yi felt a shadow block the aisle in front of him. Hey! A voice full of arrogance. Skinny monkey. Sue-yi had been mildly annoyed. Then an idea clicked into place. If I deal with Flash, that counts as changing fate too, right? Before he could move, Flash stepped fully into his path. Didn't you hear me? Flash sneered. I'm talking to you. Sue-yi stood up calmly and looked him straight in the eyes. You just called me a skinny monkey? Flash grinned. Did I stutter? A monkey from the east. The noise died down. Students nearby stopped what they were doing, instantly sensing trouble. That new kid is done for. Flash picked him. He's not getting out of this. Peter Parker froze in his seat. Flash bullying someone else felt uncomfortably familiar. Before Peter could say anything, a clear voice cut through the tension. That's enough, Flash. Gwen stepped forward, her brows knit in anger. Sui turned to her and smiled lightly. Thanks. But this isn't over yet. He turned back to Flash, his expression turning serious. Maybe I should introduce myself properly. My name is Sui. I'm from the East, yes. An ancient civilization, actually. You can call me Sue. You can call me E. You can call me Sui. You can even call me handsome if you want. But don't call me a monkey. Got it? Apologize now, and I'll let this end here. Otherwise, he leaned forward slightly. God won't be able to save you. Flash burst out laughing. Ha ha. Apologize to you? Are you serious? You're inferior. That's what you are. And don't use your filthy eyes to spy on Mary Jane. She's my girlfriend. Murmurs spread instantly. Some students nodded, already believing Flash without question. Even Peter frowned slightly when he heard Mary Jane's name. Mary Jane herself looked stunned. Flash, don't drag me into this, she snapped. I'm not your girlfriend. I never said I was. Sui laughed softly. Dirty eyes? Peeping? Flash, are you joking? Yes, I looked at Mary Jane. So what? That's not peeping. That's admiration. I think she's beautiful. Like a movie star. He turned slightly. And right now, I'm also admiring Gwen. She shines like a star too. Like a goddess. He looked back at them calmly. So tell me, Gwen. Mary, do you feel offended? Gwen didn't hesitate. No, I don't. Mary Jane shrugged after a brief pause. Honestly, I don't mind either. Flash's excuse shattered on the spot. But Sui wasn't finished. Flash, do you never look at girls? There are beautiful girls all over this classroom. When you see them, do you shut your eyes? Mary Jane sits right in front of you. By your logic, aren't you peeping every day? You must have incredible self-control. He tilted his head slightly. Or maybe you should visit a hospital. I'm pretty sure something's wrong with your eyes. The crowd snickered. Flash's face turned red. He hadn't come to argue. He came to bully. And now he was losing. Running your mouth pretty well, aren't you? Flash snapped. But you're still an Oriental. Dirty and weak. Gwen's expression darkened instantly. Shut up, Flash. That's disgusting. That was the moment Suyi's smile disappeared. Coldness flashed through his eyes. Good. You finally crossed the line. I promise you this. You'll learn through pain why respect matters. Gwen quickly grabbed Suyi's arm. Sue, I know he said horrible things, but fighting him is exactly what he wants. He's big, stupid, and violent. You're not his opponent. Flash sneered. Oh? Is that how men from the East act? Hiding behind girls? Sui slowly pulled his arm free. Definitely not. If you refuse to apologize, I'll beat you so badly even your mother won't recognize you. There's a price for insulting people. So tell me, Flash. Where do you want to start? Flash's grin turned feral. I like you. You make this fun. Come on. I'll crush you. Sui followed him without hesitation. The hallway exploded with noise. No one ever challenged Flash. And today, a new transfer student had decided to fight him. Gwen could only follow, heart pounding, praying she could stop things before it went too far. But deep down, she wasn't sure Sui was the one who needed saving.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Soon, Sui followed Flash to the lawn of the playground, and many people in the class followed to watch the excitement. Although not particularly many, it is still a large circle. Sue, I think you'd better give up. Sui shook her head. No, it's not my habit to give up. Thank you very much, Gwen. Gwen replied very naturally, you're welcome. It's just that Flash is too unfriendly. I'll beat him and teach him to respect others. If I beat Flash, can I invite you for a cup of coffee? Gwen was a little shocked. Are you inviting me? Right. After getting an affirmative answer, Gwen also smiled confidently. Yes, the premise is that you can defeat him instead of lying in the hospital. If you can encourage me more, maybe I will be more powerful. Seeing that Sui and Gwen were chatting happily, Flash felt that he was being neglected and suddenly became angry. Hey, skinny monkey, your opponent is here. You still have time to chat up, girls. Why don't you call ahead and call an ambulance? Sui replied with a smile. Call you an ambulance? Sorry, I haven't heard your apology yet. Sui and Flash are about to fight, surrounded by a circle of people. Flash is about 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Sui. In terms of body shape, Flash is as strong as a bull. Although Sui is not thin, there is still a gap in comparison. With such a gap, no one thinks that Sui can beat Flash. Several younger brothers who usually follow Flash have already started to cheer for Flash. Down with him, Flash. Oh, look, this skinny monkey from the east. How ridiculous he dares to challenge Flash. FRES. I bet he can't last 3 minutes. 3 minutes? No, I think Flash only needs one fist to knock him down. I'm only worried about Flash killing a man with a fist. Sui also heard the discussions of the onlookers, many of whom were rather barbaric and believed in the saying that the strong wins. The people around cheered and roared, and Flash enjoyed the feeling. Skinny monkey, are you ready? I'm going to punch you down. Sui has now integrated Batman's template, and his intelligence is still at LV3, but his combat experience has been raised to LV2. Sui can completely rely on strength to knock down Flash with a single punch. But in fact, Sui was still worried that his punch would cause death. Therefore, it is still necessary to control one's own strength. Sui looked at Flash and said directly, Let's start, Flash. I'll let you know what a power gap is. Eon. Flash waved his fist and threw it at Sui. It can only be said that fighting is all about strength without a trace of skill. This kind of attack, Sui has hundreds of methods to counterattack. After a brief hesitation, Sui chose the least skillful way. That is to use pure strength to block this punch. The people around saw that Sui was motionless and thought that Sui was frightened. In some people's minds, the image of Sui's nose bleeding and even his teeth being knocked out has appeared. Oh, I bought it. Is he scared, stupid? Fresh, you're the strongest. It's so cruel. As I said, he couldn't take a punch at all. Flash also seemed to see himself knocking down Sui with a punch and saw himself enjoying the cheers of victory. Stop. Gwen wanted to stop, but it was too late. Gwen never expected that Sui would be so stupid that she would not avoid it. The fist was close, almost to Sui's face. Sui finally made a move and turned his head slightly. At some point, the left hand stretched out and grabbed the fist. Shock. Silence. The person who was screaming just now, seeing the scene in front of him, even forgot to breathe. How can that be? Flash's punch, was he caught? Impossible, I'm sure. Flash's punch is very powerful, and it seems to be very fast. What happened? It's amazing. Oh, I bought it. Flash also fell into self-doubt because he was afraid of killing people. Flash didn't use all his strength, but he used 80% of his strength. A powerful and fast punch, but he was caught just like that? Flash felt as if his fist had been grabbed by a machine, and he couldn't pull it out even if he wanted to. What shocked Flash the most was that under his own strength, Sui didn't even move a step. In terms of strength, you are inferior to me. When Flash was shocked, Sui suddenly pulled Flash over with force. Facing huge amounts of strength, Flash staggered over. Sui started his own performance show, and his fists turned into afterimages, falling everywhere on Flash's body. The front of the body, the elbow joints, and the underarms are all taken care of by Sui. In the end, he grabbed Flash's arm and fell over his shoulder, throwing Flash to the ground. A series of movements, smooth and flowing, very chic. The audience around were even more dumbfounded. The mighty school bully Flash was defeated just like that. Although Flash is half a head taller than Sui, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. In this contest, the two are not on the same level at all. In front of Sui, Flash is like a toy, a huge toy, totally vulnerable. Cool, it's really cool. This amazing man from the East, he actually defeated Flash. Amazing, Sue, it's incredible. A look of disbelief flashed in Gwen's beautiful eyes. He really did it and defeated Flash. In addition to being shocked, Peter Parker also showed some envy. If only I could be as strong as Sue. Then Flash can't bully me. I can also go to Mary Jane and take the initiative to talk. Fatty Ned saw the scene and couldn't help feeling, cool, this must be Kung Fu from the East. Betty was even more excited, like a little fangirl, guilty of nympho. Sue is so handsome, he is like an action star in a movie, he is my idol. Liz on the side was very speechless. Betty, calm down, calm down. Oh, Liz, don't you think Sue is handsome? It's pretty handsome, but it's not my style. Mary Jane also saw the results and Flash was knocked out. Maybe he can help me get rid of Flash. The matter was not over yet. Sue stood beside Flash, condescending. Flash, tell me now, who's on the floor? Remember, Orientals are not weak or humble. You still owe me an apology to all Orientals. Flash felt humiliated, extremely angry, but helpless. Flash felt his arms and could still move, but he didn't have the strength to clench his fists and punch again. He lost completely. What? Can't even admit defeat, can't even apologize? You can only bully people by relying on your strength. What kind of man are you? You're just AB asterisk 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 D. Flash failed, but was clearly still unconvinced. It seems that you are still not convinced, so I have no choice but to continue. Before Flash could react, Sue made a sudden move and grabbed Flash's arm. With only 2 movements and a little force, Flash's arm was dislocated. What? The pain spread all over his body and Flash couldn't help but yelled out. Flash could feel the condition of the arm, which must have been dislocated. XXX, what did you do? Hospital. I need to go to the hospital. Seeing this scene, the others couldn't help but gasp. Sue is not easy to mess with, she really dares to be cruel. It was unbelievable that Flash's arm could be removed so easily. Oh, Karma, please no. We must never provoke this Oriental man in the future. Flash's arm, is it broken? He's just a monster. It's really scary. Flash felt the pain and knew that Sue was not easy to provoke. Although he hated Sue in his heart, he also knew that the most important thing at this moment was to heal his arm well. Otherwise, your life will be ruined. I lost. So, what about an apology? Flash apologized humbly. I'm sorry. Such a low voice. I remember when you yelled at me just now, the voice was still very loud. Forced to be helpless, Flash could only say loudly, I'm sorry. I accept your apology. Sue shot suddenly and grabbed Flash's dislocated arm. Just when Flash thought Sue was going to deal with him, Sue took Flash's arm back. It's like installing a toy, and it's easy to pick it up. Walter. Looking at the restored arm, Flash felt incredible. All this is as magical as magic. Not only Flash, the onlookers also began to doubt life. What did I see? He just like that healed Flash's arm. Is this magic? Magic? No, I think it should be Eastern Kung Fu. Yes, miraculous Sue, miraculous Oriental Kung Fu. Oh, I'd love to learn that. I wonder if he can teach me. Some people marveled at Sue's magical skills, while others focused on Sue. Oh, this Oriental man is so hot. I really want to have a relationship with him. Me too, he looks too manly. Sue heard some discussions and couldn't help but spit out a few words. Tue, you're actually greedy for my body, you're so low. Forget it, it's far worse than Gwen. After complaining, Sue continued what he had just done and gave Flash a warning. Flash, I dislocated your arm just now, just to punish you. Now, I've connected your arm, and your arm will be fine. If you're worried, go see a doctor. Remember, don't bother me in the future, and don't bully other people. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful Kung Fu is. Not only can it dislocate your arm, it can even make you never be a man without realizing it. Clear. Flash was shocked that Sue had even more powerful and cruel methods. Flash felt the fear and was overwhelmed by Sue's demeanor. I promise I won't trouble you again. That's good. Ding, you defeated Flash. Flash's fate has been changed. Get 500 fate points. Spider-Man Peter Parker's fate has been changed, and he has received 1,000 fate points. Change your fate for the first time. Get double fate points. An extra 100,000 US dollars and a lucky draw chance. Double, that's 3,000 fate points. Now, the 6-dimensional attributes are all LV3, and it takes exactly 1,000 fate points to upgrade to LV4. Then increase strength, speed, and endurance. S.H.I.E.L.D felt the changes in her body, an extremely comfortable feeling, as if her life had been sublimated. The power of LV4 is 100 tons. The speed of LV4 has reached Mach 1 speed of sound, which is 340/s. The stamina of LV4 has a certain self-healing ability, and the defense power has been greatly improved. Next, to upgrade to LV5, you need to consume 10,000 destiny points. Fate points are still not enough. I don't know how many fate points you will have if you cut Heroine. There is one more chance to draw a lottery. Use it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a special item, a one-time target locator. Select the target and locate it. This can be used in conjunction with my teleportation. Tony, or Captain? Doesn't that mean that you can make another fortune? The movement here was not small, and it also attracted the attention of the school teacher. A teacher saw a circle of people around here, worried about accidents, and shouted in this direction, "Hey, what are you doing?" The teacher appeared, and the students fled in all directions. The teacher saw that nothing major happened, so he didn't care too much. S.H.I.E.L.D found Gwen, who had left, and ran after her. "Hey, Gwen, I did it. So, do you have time for a cup of coffee after school today?" After this incident, Gwen's affection for S.H.I.E.L.D doubled. S.H.I.E.L.D is brave but not cowardly. She has her own strength, but she doesn't bully others like Flash. In the end, although he taught Flash a lesson, he took the initiative to heal Flash's arm. In Gwen's view, S.H.I.E.L.D's actions are all bonus points. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D's invitation, Gwen also generously agreed, definitely yes. When the two were about to go back to the classroom, Betty also came over. "Hi, Gwen." "Betty." Betty seemed very excited, and she greeted Gwen, but her purpose was actually S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hi, Sue, I'm Betty Brandt, a friend of Gwen's." "Hi, Betty." "Sue, do you know? You were so handsome just now, even more handsome than a movie star." "Thank you for the compliment, Betty. You're beautiful and lovely, too." "Really?" "Definitely, that's an obvious fact." "I heard that you are going to drink coffee after school. Can you add me?" S.H.I.E.L.D immediately replied, "It's my honor to invite two beauties to drink coffee at the same time. Gwen, you don't mind." Gwen and Betty were on good terms, and the two were in a band with Mary Jane. At present, due to academic matters, the band has not performed for a while, but the relationship between the three is still very good. It's just drinking coffee together. What's the point of having one more friend? Besides S.H.I.E.L.D, two beauties attracted many people's attention. "Sue, is what you used just now really kung fu?" "Well, it's just some simple skills. It's really cool." "Sue, do all of you Orientals know kung fu?" Sure enough, this kind of misunderstanding exists in any world. Gwen is actually very interested in these things, but with Betty around, Gwen has never found a chance to ask questions. Definitely not. You have to spend a lot of time practicing to practice kung fu well. After chatting, several people returned to the classroom. Finally waiting to put it down, S.H.I.E.L.D packed her school bag and waited to have coffee with Gwen. It can only be said that the studies here are really easy. S.H.I.E.L.D, Gwen, and Betty walked side by side on the campus and set off for the school gate together. Several people chatted all the way and came to the coffee shop. S.H.I.E.L.D was not used to coffee, so she chose to drink. The three found a table and sat down, continuing to chat. "Sue, when you were in the East, you must have been very popular, right?" "S.H.I.E.L.D, drink the juice. It's okay, I do have a lot of friends. If it is said that I am popular with the opposite S***X, no girl confessed to me, and I have never been in a relationship. I don't believe that no one is pursuing someone as outstanding as Sue." "Gwen, do you believe it?" "I believe Sue. I heard that the parents of the Orientals are very strict about this." S.H.I.E.L.D agrees with Gwen. This is just one of the reasons, and there are too many study tasks, and there is no time to fall in love. Another reason is that in the East, in most cases, boys are the ones who take the initiative to pursue. The two also felt some cultural differences, so they found a topic. Following this topic, the three of them continued to chat. The door of the coffee shop was opened, and a red-haired hot girl walked into the coffee shop, which caught Betty's attention. Betty immediately said hello. "Hi, Mary Jane." Mary Jane was attracted by Betty's voice. "Betty, Gwen, and new classmate Sue. Do you mind if I sit here?" Mary Jane is the official partner of Little Spider-Man, with first-class looks and a hot figure. Such a hot girl cannot be grasped with one hand. Definitely don't mind. Mary Jane sat next to Sue-E very generously, showing her perfect figure beside Sue-E. The only annoyance is that with three beautiful women sitting next to me, my eyes will be busy. Sue-E inadvertently praised the three of them, making them very satisfied. Mary Jane asked even more generously, "Sue, then who do you think is more beautiful?" The question is meaningless. There is no standard for beauty, so there is no comparison at all. You are all beautiful, very beautiful. Mary Jane shines like a female star, Betty is sweet and lovely, and Gwen is like a goddess. The expressions of the three people are quite normal, and they seem to be quite satisfied with Sue-Yi's answer. Sue-Yi heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this proposition is over. The atmosphere returned to normal, and Mary Jane also took the opportunity to express her request. "Actually, I came here specifically to find you, Sue, and I want to ask you to do me a favor." Sue-E was a little surprised, wondering why Mary Jane was looking for her. "If it's something I can do, I'd be happy to help the beauty." Gwen and Betty also looked at Mary Jane curiously, not knowing what difficulties Mary Jane had encountered. Mary Jane has a straightforward personality without much hesitation. "It's because of Flash. He is pursuing me, but I don't like him, so I have rejected him many times. It's just that he didn't give up and kept harassing me. If you can pretend to be my boyfriend, he will definitely give up." Both Gwen and Betty were friends with Mary Jane and knew about it. It's just that there was no way to deal with Flash before. Now there is Sue-E who can defeat Flash and give Mary Jane hope. One is my good friend Mary Jane, and the other is Sue-E. Betty seemed to be optimistic about the two of them, and immediately supported Mary Jane. That's right, if Sue becomes Mary Jane's boyfriend, Flash is no match for Sue. Gwen didn't resist either. This is a good way to get rid of Flash, but it still depends on Sue's thinking. The crux of the problem lies in Sue-E. Pretend to be a boyfriend? Sue-E is even sure that the fake will come true. Before Little Spider-Man, successfully intercept Mary Jane and get a lot of fate points. It's just that Sue-Yi's first goal is Gwen, so he still wants to test Gwen. "Mary Jane, I don't think anyone would refuse a beauty like you unless he's a fool. I'm also very confident that I will be able to attract you in the future. It's just that the person I like is Gwen, and I plan to pursue Gwen. If you pretend to be your boyfriend, I'm afraid Gwen will misunderstand." Sue-Yi's words shocked the three beauties present. Both Betty and Mary Jane turned their attention to Gwen, who seemed a little embarrassed. Although Gwen has a slight liking for Sue-Yi, but not to the extent that she likes it. At this moment, being suddenly confessed by Sue-Yi, I was a little surprised and flustered. Well, I guess I'm not mistaken. Mary Jane is my friend too, and if you can help her, I'll be happy for her too. That being the case, Sue-Yi has nothing to say. I have no objection, as long as Gwen doesn't misunderstand and doesn't affect my pursuit of her, that's fine. Although Mary Jane was a little jealous, she recovered quickly. The three had a good relationship and even formed a band together. Mary Jane also figured it out. She just wanted a fake boyfriend to get rid of Flash. "Thank you, Sue. Actually, it doesn't take too long. Just wait until graduation, and Flash won't have another chance. If you want to pursue Gwen, maybe I can think of some suggestions for you." Gwen feigned surprise. "Mary Jane, are you serious? We're friends. Sue is excellent, isn't he? If you don't like it, I will definitely not miss Sue." After chatting, Mary Jane felt a little uncomfortable. "I'm going to the bathroom." Only the three of them continued to chat, and Mary Jane came back from the bathroom after a while. Walking on the road, when I was about to get to my seat, suddenly the sole of my foot slipped, and I was about to fall backwards. If it falls, it is very likely that it will hit the corner of the table, which can be said to be relatively dangerous. Song Chuan's speed is fast, and his reaction ability is also very sensitive. See the moment Mary Jane falls, and act immediately. He got up, stepped towards Mary Jane, then reached out to copy Mary Jane's back and hugged Mary Jane, who was about to fall. Soo-yi's speed was so fast that Gwen and Betty couldn't even react. Mary Jane thought she was going to fall, but Soo-yi saved her. "Are you okay?" Mary Jane's heart was beating wildly just now, and she still hasn't calmed down yet. I found myself hugged by Soo-yi in a relatively intimate position, and I didn't feel anything. "Thank you, Sue." "You're welcome." Soo-yi helped Mary Jane up, and Mary Jane recovered quickly. "It was really exciting just now. Thank you, my boyfriend. I think I should give you a reward." Soo-yi was wondering what reward the other party would give when Mary Jane played a game suddenly and gave her an affectionate kiss. After Mary Jane left, Soo-yi still had some aftertaste. Turning around to leave, he noticed the dull little Spider-Man Peter at the door of the coffee shop. Soo-yi didn't know when Peter came, but judging by his expression, it shouldn't be too late, and he probably saw it. Seeing Peter's expression, Soo-yi's mind has automatically matched BG for Peter. Snowflakes are fluttering, and the north wind is blowing. After school, Peter accidentally noticed Mary Jane's movements. "I thought Mary would go home briefly, so I dropped by and went back together." After seeing Mary Jane entering the coffee shop, Peter hesitated at the door for a while and finally decided to go in and buy a cup of coffee and then pretend to meet by chance. Maybe he can say hello and have a chat. However, when Peter pushed the door and entered, he did not see Mary Jane. I only saw Soo-yi talking with Gwen and Betty. After going to the counter to order a cup of coffee, Mary Jane finally appeared. Seeing Mary Jane, Peter has already started to think about how to greet him later. However, he saw the previous scene before he went to say hello. Mary Jane nearly fell and was saved by Soo-yi. If it's just like this, Peter doesn't feel anything. However, Mary Jane's kiss obviously went beyond gratitude, beyond the scope of friendship. How so? Mary Jane and Sue are so close. Should I be outside the store and not come in? Peter was in a bitter mood. This relationship was about to end before it even started. It's just that Peter still doesn't believe it and still retains the last glimmer of hope. "Sir, your coffee." "Gentlemen." Under the clerk's call, Peter came back to his senses, looked at the coffee in front of him, picked it up, and sat in the corner. Bitter coffee, Peter has long been used to it. However, in today's coffee, there is a bit more heartbreak, which feels extra bitter. Looking at Soo-yi and Mary Jane, Peter just felt that this place didn't seem to suit him. The joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same. I just think they are noisy. Peter also hesitated to leave, but finally stayed. Before I knew it, half an hour passed. Betty looked at the time. "I'm sorry, I still have something to do. I have to go home first." Soo-yi also echoed, "It's really getting late, so let's go." "I'm so happy to invite three beauties to have coffee together today." Mary Jane said naturally, "Sue, you seem to have forgotten one more thing." "Yes, I also have an extra girlfriend, which is more gratifying." Soo-yi took the initiative to embrace Mary Jane, and the two acted very intimately, just like a real couple. The four of them left the coffee shop one after another. Because they lived in different places, they naturally had to go in different directions. After the four of them left the shop, they were about to go home. After Betty took the lead in saying goodbye, she left. Gwen followed, leaving only Soo-yi and Mary Jane. "See you tomorrow, my boyfriend." "See you tomorrow." After Mary Jane and Soo-yi kissed goodbye, they turned and left gracefully. Soo-yi was also about to leave and happened to see Peter Parker, who had just walked out of the door. In fact, Peter has already seen the intimate scene of the two. Soo-yi couldn't help adding BG to Peter again. Snowflakes are fluttering and the north wind is blowing. Soo-yi was a little surprised. The system prompt didn't appear. Is it because Mary Jane and I just pretended to be a couple and haven't completely changed our destiny? Or, "Hi, if I remember correctly, we should be classmates, and you are sitting on my left. My name is Soo-yi, you can call me Sue, that's what Gwen and the others call me." Peter panicked. "Hi, my name is Peter Parker, just call me Peter." "Student Peter, see you tomorrow." Soo-yi just formally met little Spider-Man and made friends. In fact, Soo-yi also thought about it, making Peter unable to become a Spider-Man. If you really do this, you can definitely add a lot of fate points. However, S.H.I.E.L.D does not intend to do so. Although S.H.I.E.L.D really wants to earn more fate points, S.H.I.E.L.D will not mess around with things for the sake of fate points, unless it is a beautiful woman. S.H.I.E.L.D was about to leave. Peter finally summoned up the courage to stop S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D was a little puzzled and turned to look at Peter. Is there something wrong, classmate Peter? Peter became flustered instantly, hesitated for a while, and finally said a complete sentence. I saw you and Mary Jane just now, it seems. S.H.I.E.L.D already knew what Peter was going to ask and immediately admitted, you read that right. Mary Jane is my girlfriend now. Oh, congratulations. After getting a definite answer, Peter felt that he was broken in love, and he left in a daze. I came here first, so Sue has known Mary Jane for less than a day. Oh shit, if only I'd been brave and offered to say hello, offered to invite her for coffee. I miss Mary Jane. Sue looks very good, at least better than me. Peter sat at the station and missed the bus. Peter didn't notice until the bus left. Walter. Hey, I'm not in the car yet. Wait for me, I'm not in the car yet. Peter ran wildly on the sidewalk, trying to catch up to the bus, but his legs couldn't run the bus after all. I can only watch the bus go away and walk silently on the way home. As night fell, Peter returned home, nearly an hour later than usual. Aunt May opened the door and saw Peter in a daze. The Aunt May in front of her still has her charm and beauty. It's just that after the peak period of appearance, the appearance has indeed declined a bit. Seeing Peter coming back, a bit of anger grew on his haggard face. Just when he was about to teach Peter a lesson, he noticed Peter's distraught appearance, so he knew that something must have happened to Peter. Peter, you should know that you arrived home an hour later than usual, right? I called you, but you didn't answer. Even if you have something to do, you should answer the phone instead of making me worry about you. Only then did Peter come to his senses. I'm sorry, Aunt May, I didn't notice the phone. Tell me what happened, Peter. Don't try to lie to me. Your expression says it all. Something big must have happened. Peter hesitated for a while and expressed his inner problems. About Mary Jane. Aunt May naturally knew who Mary Jane was, the niece of Anna next door. When Mary Jane moved here with her mother and sister, Aunt May knew the family, even a little earlier than Peter. Oh, that lovely red-haired girl. You confessed your love to her, but she rejected you? Peter was even more disappointed. Actually, I don't have the courage to confess. She fell in love with a new classmate in her class. They had known each other for less than a day. Aunt May had no choice but to comfort Peter. Peter, feelings are not measured by the length of time we have known each other. When I first met your bent uncle, I fell in love with him. Peter also explained, I know, I also fell in love with Mary Jane after the first sight. Sue is very good, and it is normal for Mary Jane to fall in love with Sue within a day. I was just thinking if I could have worked up the courage earlier to meet Mary Jane. Aunt May touched Peter's head. There is no medicine for regret in the world. Peter, you are smart and kind. You are an excellent person. You are no worse than anyone else. I believe that you will meet a girl who makes your heart beat. Remember, take the initiative, be brave. You just need to show who you really are. I believe that you will definitely succeed. Peter's mood improved a lot. Thank you, Aunt May, it may take a little time. I know, but for now, let's have dinner first. After the battle with Flash, Sue has become the focus of the class. Someone spread the video, and Sue has become a celebrity in the whole school. Flash scowled, but didn't attack either. After seeing Sue's methods, Flash didn't dare to offend Sue anymore. Now that he is about to graduate, Flash can only rely on his basketball expertise to enter college. If it is dislocated again, it may affect the place of admission to the university. Most importantly, Sue knows Kung Fu. In Flash's view, Kung Fu is even more miraculous than magic, with many mysterious means, and he doesn't want to be a eunuch. After Mary Jane came to the classroom, she announced her love affair with Sue with a good morning kiss. Flash would know what it meant if he wasn't stupid. Finally, school is over. Tomorrow is the weekend. Sue plans to launch an operation tomorrow to rescue Tony Stark. With my attributes and the symbiote battlesuit, I should be able to rescue Tony Stark, right? As long as the opponent doesn't use large weapons, it should be fine. Sui was lost in thought. Mary Jane had already arrived in front of Sui. Hey Sue, what were you thinking? Sui looked at Mary Jane in front of her and fell into deep thought. Over the past 2 days, Mary Jane has been very bold and proactive. If Sui hadn't kept her distance, Mary Jane would have given it up for nothing. Well, I was just thinking, what should I do this weekend? Mary Jane looked forward to looking at Sui. So, your weekend plans, do you have me? There must be. Didn't you form a band with Betty and Gwen? I don't know. Will I have a chance to see you perform? Mary Jane was a little disappointed. She thought it was a date between 2 people. Unexpectedly, Song Chuan's goal was still Gwen. However, Mary Jane was not discouraged and did not intend to give up. It's true that we haven't been to a show for a long time. I have time this weekend, but I don't know if Betty and Gwen have time. Let's go and ask together. Together, Sui and Mary Jane found Gwen, who had packed her school bag and was about to go to the library. Going to a bar for the weekend? Sorry, I may have other things to do. I also know that we haven't gotten together to perform for a long time. Maybe we will have time during the holiday after graduation. Gwen declined, and Betty also had an affair and also declined Suyi's invitation. Suyi's original intention was to invite Gwen, but unexpectedly the plan fell through. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to attack Gwen. If it doesn't work, cut off Mary Jane first. As for Gwen, let's slowly accumulate goodwill first, and then look for opportunities. Only Mary Jane has time left, and it would be a good choice to meet Mary Jane. According to Mary Jane's current situation, if this date is successful, it is very likely that some romantic stories will happen. So, it's just the 2 of us, Mary Jane. Would you like to try Wuxia food? Wuxia food. Yes, if you want, I can cook myself and show off my cooking skills. Mary Jane didn't have the slightest hesitation and readily agreed. I'm very happy. Because Mary Jane knows that if she wants to be with Sui, she must adapt to cultural differences. Then make an appointment like this. I'll pick you up tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to my first date with you. Sui and Mary Jane wandered around the campus for a while before they separated and went back to their respective homes. After returning home, Sui made dinner after eating, took a comfortable bath, and was ready to go to bed early, recharge her energy, and then teleport there tomorrow to save Tony Stark. System: use the disposable locator, locate Tony Stark. Successful positioning of Tony Stark, target location. The target's environment is being displayed. A virtual screen appeared in front of Sui, and the picture on the screen was the cave where Tony Stark was. Sui not only saw the environment in the cave, but also saw Tony Stark himself. Being kidnapped for more than 2 months and living in a dirty cave, Stark has almost become a wild man. However, Stark hasn't given up yet, pretending to be building a Jericho missile, but actually building a tin can armor, ready to escape. It's just that more than 2 months have passed, almost 3 months. The gangsters of the 10 Rings gang had run out of patience. Led by the bald man, they rushed into the cave from the chrysalis. Sui looked at the scene in front of him and was a little surprised. Oh, this timing is really a coincidence. The bald man questioned the 2. You have let me down. Ethan replied hastily, we are working very hard. I spared your life. Will you repay me like this? Ethan continued to argue. The work is complicated. He has tried his best, but it still takes time. It's just that the bald man didn't believe it, so someone directly held Ethan down and made Ethan kneel on the ground. He himself came to the side of the stove and picked up a piece of coal. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll ask the truth. Ethan's life was hanging by a thread, but Ethan was powerless to resist. From the moment he was caught, Ethan knew his fate, death. These terrorists are not human at all. At this moment, Ethan is mentally prepared to die calmly and meet his dead family members. Tony Stark could also see that the bald man was threatening and forcing himself. Under the critical situation, Tony still chose to stand up and stop the opponent. What do you need? A deadline? I'll get it done as soon as possible. It's just that, just as Stark made some movements, he was controlled by others, and even blocked his head by the muzzle of a gun. The bald man looked at Stark, and Stark could only bite the bullet and continue, I need him. He's a good assistant. The bald man put down the charcoal and warned Stark viciously, "You better not play tricks tomorrow. I want to see the missile you made." After speaking, the bald man led the people away one after another, and Stark was also relieved to see these people leave. At the same time, Stark also knows that tomorrow is the deadline. Before that, he had to complete the Ironkin armor, otherwise, he would have to die in this cave. Thinking of this, Stark strengthened his belief in living, came to the stove, and continued to knock. Boom, boom, the sound of Stark striking iron came from the cave. S.H.I.E.L.D also saw enough of the content in the cave system. Turn off the real-time video in the cave. It's time for me to rest and recharge my batteries. Early the next morning, S.H.I.E.L.D finished washing, had breakfast, and was fully prepared. Symbiote Battlesuit. With just one thought from S.H.I.E.L.D, the symbiote battlesuit covers Su-Yi's whole body. This symbiote battlesuit can change color and shape by itself. Usually, it looks like a bracelet and is worn on the wrist. As long as one thought of S.H.I.E.L.D can quickly cover the whole body. As for the appearance of the battlesuit, after deliberation, S.H.I.E.L.D adopted the appearance of the Bully Maguire's version of the symbiote battlesuit. This battlesuit is not bad, it has a bit of a bully temperament. Taking a deep breath, S.H.I.E.L.D closed his eyes, concentrated, and the image of the cave appeared in his mind. Teleport. Cave. Ethan and Stark are actively preparing. The Iron Tank battle armor has been built, and the next step is to wear and activate it. Stark has started to put on the armor, but still needs Ethan's help. The two were extremely nervous, for fear of being discovered. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly appeared in the cave. Ethan was helping Stark put on his armor and didn't notice. But Stark, seeing a person suddenly appeared in front of him, was very surprised. "Watch out, Ethan." Ethan was also taken aback and turned around to find a man in a strange uniform suddenly appeared in the cave. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't take off his mask and directly shot out the symbiote cobweb, first destroying the monitoring in the cave and then revealing his true colors. "Relax, I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to help you escape. You should put on your battle armor quickly, my strength alone is not enough." After hearing this, Ethan was also relieved and continued to help put on the armor. The idle Stark began to test S.H.I.E.L.D. "Who are you? Who sent you here? You just appeared suddenly. How did you do it?" S.H.I.E.L.D was also idle and bored. "My name is S.H.I.E.L.D. You can also call me Spider Bully, the super bully among spiders. I came here just to take you away and make some money from you. I appear here because of my super ability, teleportation." S.H.I.E.L.D is also not worried about Stark leaking the news, because S.H.I.E.L.D believes that Stark is a smart person and will not do so. S.H.I.E.L.D the Spider Bully? What a funny nickname. Stark suddenly thought of a possibility. Are you a mutant? There is not much news about mutant, mostly rumors. But Stark is a super genius, and from a scientific point of view, he also knows that mutants may exist. What's more, with the artificial intelligence assistant JRVS, Stark can still know some rumors about mutant. Mutant? It barely counts. I just got evolution. Stark suddenly thought of another method. Since you can teleport instantly, can you just take us away? I'm afraid I can't. My ability is still too weak to take others to teleport. Also, this is an important step for you to become Iron Man, and you can't get cold feet. Iron Man? Outside the door, the terrorists found that the monitoring had been breached and acted immediately. Two armed terrorists opened a small window and looked into the cave. The moment they saw S.H.I.E.L.D, the two immediately wanted to open the door and kill S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the moment the door was opened, a homemade bomb exploded. The two gangsters outside the door were directly killed, and the door also lost the ability to block the gangsters. Ethan was extremely worried when he saw the door was wide open. S.H.I.E.L.D said directly, "Go on, I'll kill some people to buy you time." "Oh yes, this is the food I made myself." "Ethan, remember to bring it later, you may need it." After speaking, the symbiote covered his whole body, and S.H.I.E.L.D quickly rushed out of the cave. Stark was shocked when he saw S.H.I.E.L.D's speed. Is this speed really what humans can do? Now is not the time to think about this. The battle armor has been put on, and it is only the final activation link, which will take a few minutes. S.H.I.E.L.D shuttled through the cave, but didn't run at full speed. After all, at the speed of sound, it cannot be used in caves. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't intend to directly smash people into blood like the locomotive in the black robe. Soon, a group of gangsters found S.H.I.E.L.D, the unexpected guest. Fire! Fire! These gangsters didn't have the slightest hesitation and quickly turned on the beeping mode. S.H.I.E.L.D's speed limit is the speed of sound, but the speed of ordinary rifles exceeds the speed of sound. S.H.I.E.L.D was able to perceive the bullets and react to them, but in such a dense rain of bullets, he still couldn't completely dodge them. However, S.H.I.E.L.D has a symbiote battle suit, and the bullets hit the symbiote battle suit and cannot penetrate at all. In the dark cave, a black spider, like a death god, started harvesting. A punch, a kick, or even a symbiote can instantly kill an ordinary person. To these people, S.H.I.E.L.D showed no mercy. Letting them go means that more ordinary people will suffer. Moreover, these are all made by symbionts. What does it have to do with me, S.H.I.E.L.D? Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't feel guilty at all. In just one breath, S.H.I.E.L.D solved this group of bandits and moved on. In the cave, Stark was extremely anxious, and they also heard gunshots. Ethan asked anxiously, with such dense gunfire, is he really all right? However, just after Ethan finished speaking, he heard gunshots lessened, or even disappeared completely. Stark was also extremely shocked. It was not so easy to dodge such dense gunshots in the cave. In other words, S.H.I.E.L.D has a way of stopping bullets. Stark immediately thought of the black battlesuit S.H.I.E.L.D was wearing. Could it be nanotechnology? Stark couldn't figure it out at all, and didn't have so much time to think about it. The Iron Tank armor was about to start. After starting, you can go to kill the quartet. S.H.I.E.L.D went from the cave alone to the entrance of the cave. Outside the entrance of the cave, dozens of gangsters pointed their guns at S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D just showed his head and was shot. Damn, isn't this firepower too fierce? The symbiote battle suit can block bullets, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. S.H.I.E.L.D slowed down, ready to wait for Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the bazooka carried on the shoulders of the bald man and several people around him and panicked instantly. My own physical fitness, plus the symbiote battle suit, can't withstand the power of the rocket. F***K, there are still rockets. No, you have to go out, you have to fight back. When the bald man and the others fired rockets, S.H.I.E.L.D rushed out quickly. The symbiote battle suit condenses a shield to block the front and resist part of the bullets. In less than 2 seconds, S.H.I.E.L.D appeared in the crowd. There was the sound of a rocket exploding from behind, but S.H.I.E.L.D was already among the sheep, and no one could stop her. S.H.I.E.L.D's movements are clean and neat, and with the symbiote battle suit, it is even more lethal. In just one face-to-face time, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly wiped out several gangsters. S.H.I.E.L.D attacked quickly, ready to kill the grass and root out the grass, leaving no one behind. Especially that bald guy, he must die. S.H.I.E.L.D possesses terrifying strength and superhuman speed. Even the symbiote battle suit he wears is not afraid of bullets. The bald man and the gangsters were all terrified, extremely terrified. In their eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D is no longer human. When S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes fell on the bald man panicked completely. The footsteps involuntarily took half a step back. Shoot, fire all. Use all weapons, be sure to kill this spider demon. S.H.I.E.L.D sneered, and even the symbiote battle suit showed a frightening smile. Devil? No. You're the devil who should go to hell, and I'm just a bully, a spider bully who specially sends you to hell. In the cave, Stark finally put on the Iron Can armor. Ethan, wait for me here, I'll help him. Stark is extremely confident in his armor. Although the material of this armor is average, it cannot be the best. But the concept of this set of battle armor is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small pinnacle of the wisdom and technology that broke out in the desperate situation. At this moment, Stark, who was wearing the battle armor, was full of anger and couldn't wait to take these gangsters to the knife and experience the power of the Iron Can battle armor. I didn't go far, I felt the ground shaking and I almost fell down. What happened? Near the entrance of the cave, Stark saw traces of the explosion. The accumulation of rubble falling from the ground almost blocked the way out of the cave. Stark couldn't help complaining, damn, are these people trying to bury us alive in there? After finally stepping over the gravel, he appeared at the entrance of the cave. 86 days. Do you know how I got here in these 86 days? Now, it's finally my turn. Stark shouted and appeared at the entrance of the cave. The scene in front of him made Stark explode a little bit. Where are people? Stark remembered that there must have been hundreds of gangsters here. However, there was no living person in sight at the entrance of the cave, and Dead Man was lying on the ground. Will that person kill them all? I worked so hard to build the armor for 2 months, but it turned out to be useless? What do I need this tinkin for? So, what if I have this armor? Stark decided to search again, to see if there was any chance to make a big difference. S.H.I.E.L.D hunted down the gangsters all the way, and there were fewer and fewer people around the bald man. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D staring at the bullet coming in front of him, he felt very oppressive. The bald man also knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. S.H.I.E.L.D in front of him is not afraid of bullets at all, so he has no solution. Aren't you afraid of bullets? Aren't you afraid of grenades? Aren't you afraid of missiles? The bald man's heart fluttered. He quietly opened a grenade and threw it out. S.H.I.E.L.D is naturally not afraid of a grenade. The throwing speed of a grenade is much slower than a bullet. S.H.I.E.L.D dodged easily, but the grenade landed on the weapon pile. Wang Defa. S.H.I.E.L.D watched the grenade explode, knowing that this place is dangerous and it is not suitable to stay for a long time. If all the weapons here are detonated, I am afraid that the surrounding area will be razed to the ground. Bald head, go to hell. S.H.I.E.L.D dodged the explosion, grabbed the bald man and threw him into the flames of the explosion. The bald man has solved it. This explosion may trigger a series of explosions and destroy all these weapons. Now, it's time to leave. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly ran back to the cave and saw Stark, who had just come out of the cave. Stark just noticed the explosion in the distance, and S.H.I.E.L.D appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Where are those nasty guys? I want them to know how powerful my steel armor is. S.H.I.E.L.D said anxiously, leave them alone. They are basically dying. F***K. That bald head detonated the bomb, and all the weapons here might explode. Fly away quickly, I'll go in and bring Ethan out. Stark also doesn't know why S.H.I.E.L.D knows that his armor can fight. The most important thing at the moment is to get out of here. Otherwise, if he is affected by the power of the explosion, his steel armor will not be able to protect him. Stark saw that S.H.I.E.L.D had already entered the cave, ready to take off directly. Okay, my battle armor is still useful, at least it can take me away. Just about to take off, Stark saw that the weapon stack in front of him did not explode. Thinking of what happened to him these days, Stark was extremely angry. This is a weapon I made, but it was used by you against me? These weapons must all be destroyed, otherwise, other ordinary people will be harmed. Perhaps, not only the weapons here, but also the company's weapons department should be completely closed. Thinking of this, Stark activated the flamethrower. The hands sprayed out tens of meters of flames, and the flames swallowed the pile of weapons in an instant like a mad snake. S.H.I.E.L.D drilled into the cave and found Ethan after a while. With S.H.I.E.L.D and Ethan clearing the way, Ethan tentatively ran out of the cave. Ethan? Oh, is that you? Where's Tony? Now is not the time to chat, it's time to retreat. Don't resist, I will take you away. Walter. Before Ethan could react, he was restrained by the split part of the symbiote battlesuit. When he came to the entrance of the cave, S.H.I.E.L.D saw that Stark hadn't left yet, but was setting fire to destroy the weapon. Hey Tony, time to go. Stark looked at the pile of weapons, and a weapon had already been detonated, triggering a series of explosions. What about you? You fly out first, and I will estimate your landing position based on your flight trajectory. Stark said no nonsense, okay? You'd better run fast. Stark immediately controlled the armor, and under the action of the thief thruster, the huge armor gradually lifted into the air. S.H.I.E.L.D and Ethan have already run out of this area, watching Stark's trajectory in the sky and waiting in the landing area in advance. After all, this set of battle armor is still too rough, and it may have been affected by the impact of the explosion. After flying for a short distance, the armor finally gave up. Seeing that he was about to fall, Stark was also extremely flustered. Damn it, this armor is too rough for flight. Sue, save me. Ethan was also extremely nervous, watching Stark's trajectory sliding down in the sky, extremely nervous. At this height, something might happen. Sue, is there any way you can save him? Definitely. Sui quickly ran near the landing, and the symbiote battle suit turned into conscious ropes. Catch the falling Stark firmly. Stark eventually hit the ground, but the impact was almost completely absorbed. Stark, who escaped from death, was extremely excited. Haha, I survived. Thank you, Sue. You're welcome. Stark finally couldn't hold back. Could it be that this battle suit of yours is nanotechnology? It's impossible. At this stage, nanotechnology is definitely not able to achieve this level. Definitely not nanotechnology. This is a symbiont from an alien. Alien? Oh, it's really unexpected. Are you really sure that this thing won't do any harm? I promise, its hazards are even safer than the missiles you make. At least, it won't appear where it shouldn't be, and it won't be obtained by others. Sui has completed the task and doesn't plan to accompany Stark in this desert anymore. If you wait a little longer, you should be able to wait until your good friend comes to rescue you. There are still some food and water resources in Ethan, which should be enough for you to last for a long time. Don't disclose my news. Ethan also offered food and water, and Stark took it. Hey, Sue, it's just how do you want us to explain these things? Don't you just throw these away before people come? They pay more attention to you than these. I think with your ingenuity, it's easy to fool you. If you find it difficult to explain, I can take the food and water back now. Stark doesn't know when Rhodes and others will find him. These resources are very critical. Stark refused without hesitation. No, don't even think about it. We will never reveal anything about you, I promise. Sui has also completed the task and can already settle the rewards. Sui still plans to wait to go back to see the harvest, so she doesn't plan to stay any longer. I still know a lot of secrets that you're interested in. If you don't want to miss it, remember to contact me on the first night after you go back. After leaving the contact information, Sui chose to leave. The two who were eating buns in the desert were left behind. Stark couldn't help but admire. This is the food that people should eat. It's so damn delicious. I finally feel like I'm still alive. Sui returned to the villa and was about to count the harvest. In front of the eyes, sparks suddenly appeared in the air and then formed a circle. A circular portal with a radius of more than 1 meter appeared in front of Sui. The moment Sui saw the portal, he knew it must be the Ancient One magician. Rescuing Tony Stark by himself must have attracted the attention of Ancient One magician. Sure enough, a bald magician with an extraordinary bearing came out from the portal. One of these guardians of the world, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, is late but here. Sui, I need you to come with me. Definitely, Ancient One magician. Sui called out her name directly, and Ancient One magician didn't find it strange at all. Just let Sui go ahead and step through the portal. Sui stepped through the portal and looked at everything in front of him curiously. This should be the magician's holy place, Kamartaj. It seems that it is quite ordinary, nothing special. Ancient One magician seemed to see through Sui's mind. This place originally has nothing special. Would you like some tea? Although I don't have the habit of drinking tea, I can't miss the tea from Ancient One magician. Sui sat down naturally and took the cup of tea pushed by Ancient One magician. Thanks. You're welcome. The Ancient One magician also sat down and cut straight to the topic without talking nonsense. I have been guarding this world, and I am always observing the future. A few days ago, I discovered that the timeline has changed, and the future has become unobservable and no longer certain. I realized that something incredible had happened. It wasn't until today that you appeared in the desert and rescued Tony Stark that I realized that the root of all this is you. You shouldn't be from this universe, right? Sui couldn't help sighing. Sorcerer Supreme is Sorcerer Supreme. It's amazing. In front of Sorcerer Supreme, Sui also has nothing to hide. That's right, I don't know why, but it just appeared in this universe. Anyway, I have no ill will toward this world. This will also be the place where I will live in the future, so when the world is in danger, I will also take action to protect the world. Ancient One magician can see into Sui's mind, so he can be sure that what Sui said is not a lie. It's just the appearance of Sui that makes the future uncertain. It may be developing in a good direction, but there is also a chance that some worse things will happen, which also makes Ancient One magician have to think more. Your physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people in all aspects, and your ability is also very good. With your joining, it will definitely add a little more power to this world. It's just that your appearance is bound to bring about more changes and stronger enemies. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D was much calmer, drinking tea quietly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Ancient One Magician, you have seen the world. A person who dares to borrow power from Dormammu and even dare not to pay it back, is he still afraid of these things? No matter how bad the future is, there is always a way to deal with it. Wait a year, and I'll definitely be able to fight Thanos with my bare hands and Dormammu with my own hands. Ancient One couldn't help seeing Song Chuan's strength, and his physical fitness was far beyond ordinary people. Even, there are symbiote battle suits and teleportation abilities. With such strength, it is definitely not the opponent of Thanos and Dormammu. However, S.H.I.E.L.D is very confident, and even thinks that she will become as strong as a god. Ancient One Magician can't see through S.H.I.E.L.D's cheats and doesn't plan to continue asking. S.H.I.E.L.D's words made her no longer worried. The appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D will only strengthen the guardian power of this world. Whether it's Thanos or Dormammu or other villains descending, the Ancient One Magician believes in Strange and the Avengers Alliance. You're right, there's really nothing to worry about. With Strange, the members of the Avengers Alliance and other heroes, and you, the world is not so fragile. Even if the future changes, I believe you can definitely handle it. S.H.I.E.L.D finally breathed a sigh of relief, afraid of offending the great god. Although S.H.I.E.L.D's strength is already very strong, he is absolutely inferior to the person in front of him. Fortunately, Ancient One Magician is more friendly. S.H.I.E.L.D also intends to take this opportunity to learn more inside information. Ancient One Magician, do you know the Time Variation Authority founded by Kang the Conqueror? They transcend time, guard the so-called sacred timeline, and avoid time branches. Kang the Conqueror? Time Variation Authority. The Ancient One Magician waved his hand. A long stream of time appeared and began to introduce. Kang the Conqueror you mentioned, I know something about him. He is from the future. After developing the time machine, Kang was keen on traveling the timeline. Because of your appearance, the future becomes unpredictable. Even he can't understand the whole picture of this era, and there will be big deviations. What's more, with the protection of infinite gems, he can't easily conquer this world. And he, after all, is just an ordinary person. If he affects time, or even plays with time, he will pay an immeasurable price. With the explanation from Ancient One Magician, S.H.I.E.L.D felt at ease. Without the existence of the Time Variation Administration, I don't have to worry too much. Does this world really have mutants, inhumans, and Eternals? In the future, what superheroes will appear? These may need you to explore by yourself. Not getting an answer, S.H.I.E.L.D was a little disappointed. In any case, let's take a step at a time, and we will definitely be able to learn more by then. Well, actually, I have no interest in exploring. I figured when the big moment came, they'd come out of their own accord. I just need to wait for the opportunity and get stronger. If Ancient One Magician has nothing else to do, I think I should go back. I have a date with Mary Jane, and I have to go back and get ready. The Ancient One Magician suddenly said, your ability is pretty good. Have you ever thought about learning magic? Learning magic? S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly remembered what the Ancient One Magician said to Strange. He is the best among us. Then in the movie, Wang is more of a sorcerer supreme than Strange. In terms of ability, Ned has easily mastered the portal. I'm not someone who can calm down and learn magic. Strange is very capable, and he is your successor. The Ancient One Magician didn't force it. Since you don't want to learn magic, I won't force it either. S.H.I.E.L.D was about to leave, then Ancient One Magician, see you next time. If you need help, just come to me. I think so. Without further ado, S.H.I.E.L.D chose to teleport back to his room. After returning, S.H.I.E.L.D finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the Ancient One Magician? It feels really unfathomable, and it makes people feel huge amounts of pressure. But fortunately, it seems that he is still kind to himself. Next, let's see what rewards we can get for saving Tony this time. System, settlement reward. Ding, you saved Iron Man. Ethan's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 1,000 fate points. The fate of many gangsters in the 10-ring gang has been changed, and 1,000 fate points have been obtained. Iron Man Tony Stark's fate has been changed, and he has received 2,000 fate points. An extra $1 million and 2 lucky draw chances. A total of 3,500. There is no double reward. It feels a bit small. Fortunately, there are 2 chances to draw a lottery. I wonder what good things I can get. System, draw it directly. Friendly reminder, 10 consecutive draws have a higher probability of getting good things. Waiting for 10 consecutive draws? At this stage, let's use it directly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item. Select a reminder card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Wind Blade. Choose the prompt card when the host is faced with a choice. Use the prompt card to see the prompt. Wind Blade, a way to use energy. After Sui got the novice gift package, she had energy. Sui can feel the energy in her body, but she has been unable to use it. Now, Sui has obtained this special ability, and Sui feels that he can mobilize the energy in his body. This force is extremely powerful, as if it can destroy everything. Sui didn't dare to try it in the room. If she tried it, it would definitely destroy the house. F***K, I regret not learning spells from Ancient One Magician. If you learn the mirror space, you can use your skills casually in the mirror space. Sui was a bit regretful, but not particularly regretful. If it doesn't work, go to Ancient One Magician for help. I believe Ancient One Magician is still happy to help you. The strength, speed, and endurance have been improved before, and because of the Integrate Batman template, the intelligence has also been improved. This time, let's raise the remaining spirit and energy first. Successful promotion. System, check the personal panel. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Sui. Age, 19. Fate point, 2000. Intelligence, LV5. Power, LV4, 100 tons. Speed, LV4, Mach 1. Endurance, LV4. Spirit, LV4. Energy, LV4. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, wind blade. Special item, symbiosis battle suit. Special props, select a prompt card. It looks pretty good, but it needs to consume 10,000 fate points to upgrade each attribute to LV5. Sui looked at the consumption list given by the system and couldn't bear to read it anymore. It actually costs 1 billion to upgrade an attribute from LV9 to LV10. That is to say, it needs more than 1.1 billion destiny points to fully power. Seeing how little destiny he has now, Sui suddenly felt that there was a long way to go. It seems that we have to make some big moves to get more fate points. Sui is looking forward to the date with Mary Jane tonight. If she can win Mary Jane, she doesn't know how many fate points she can get. Sui only knows one thing. Mary Jane is the official partner of little Spider-Man Peter Parker. If you are cut off by yourself, it is definitely not a few thousand, or even tens of thousands. It will definitely be a lot, which is very exaggerated. Sui prepared the ingredients and arranged other plans. A date can never be just a simple meal. When it was evening, Sui was fully dressed. He was already very handsome, but now he looks even more attractive. Looks great, let's go. Sui drove the car, left the villa, and set off towards Mary Jane. After about 20 minutes of driving, Sui came to Mary Jane's house. With flowers in hand, Sui rang the doorbell. Wait a minute, I'll be here soon. Sui waited quietly. The door was opened, also a young hot girl. Seeing this handsome guy Sui appearing in front of her, the woman even held flowers. Gale almost thought that Sui was looking for him, but after a brief thought, he was sure that he didn't know Sui. Hi, hello, who are you looking for? Hi, my name is Sui, and I'm Mary Jane's boyfriend. We had an appointment to go on a date, and I'm here to pick her up. Only then did Gale come to his senses. Oh, Mary Jane's boyfriend, you are welcome. I'm Mary Jane's sister, Gale Watson. You can call me Gale. Mary Jane is looking forward to this date, so she is still preparing, and it may take some time. You can come in and have a cup of coffee first and wait. Oh, thank you, Gale. You're welcome. Sui entered the room and sat down. then made a cup of coffee for Sue. "I'll inform Mary Jane. I'll be back soon." "Thanks." Gail hurried upstairs to find Mary Jane just out of the shower, wrapped in a bathrobe. "Mary Jane, you never told me that your boyfriend is so handsome?" Mary Jane was very excited. "Sue has come." "Yes, he just arrived. You should change your clothes quickly. Don't make your boyfriend wait too long." Only then did Mary Jane notice her situation. "Yes, I'll change my clothes right now." "Gail, entertain Sue for me. I'll be fine soon." "Don't worry too much. Dress yourself up beautifully." After Gail finished explaining, he went back to the living room and continued to entertain Sue. Sue doesn't know much about Gail, except that because of domestic violence, Mary Jane's mother Madeline brought her two daughters Gail and Mary Jane here. Gail was very interested in Sue, and when drinking coffee with Sue, he kept asking questions. Sue also answered very naturally, coping with Gail's question. After a while, Mary Jane came downstairs. The cropped outfit and jeans look a bit like a cowboy girl. Gail couldn't help holding his forehead when he saw Mary Jane dressed like this. "Mary Jane, this is your first date, and you dress like this?" "I have two nice dresses. I can help you match them." Mary Jane looked at Sue. "Sue, what do you think?" "As beautiful as you are, you will look good in anything. This suit is also very nice. It fits you very well. It's almost as hot as you. I like it." Gail couldn't help but praise. "Oh, Sue, you're so sweet." Mary Jane naturally came to Sue to express her gratitude. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." "Not too long, just in time for a cup of coffee." "So, shall we go now?" Mary Jane took Sue's arm. "Okay. Thanks for the treat, Gail. The coffee was delicious." Gail sent Sue and Mary Jane out of the house and stood at the door, not forgetting to tell Mary Jane, "Mary Jane, if you come back too late, you don't have to come back. I will explain to O." Sure enough, it is a free beacon country that is open. This is no longer a hint, but a crazy statement. "I see. Goodbye, Gail." "Bye-bye. Have a wonderful date." Sue drove Mary Jane away, and Mary Jane could tell that the car was not cheap. Mary Jane also had some guesses in her mind. This car doesn't look cheap, so is Sue still a rich second generation? No matter what Sue's status is, what attracts me the most is him himself, not money. Mary Jane sat in the co-pilot seat, and the two left Mary Jane's house and came to the villa. Looking at the huge villa in front of her, Mary Jane finally confirmed that Sue's family conditions are absolutely excellent. "Sue, is this your home?" "Yes, let's go." Sue took Mary Jane's hand and entered the villa naturally. Mary Jane was a little emotional, but Mary Jane, who was confident and generous by nature, did not feel that there was a big gap between the two. "It's good to have some casualty, as if you were in your own home." "Okay." Mary Jane looked around and followed Sue to the restaurant. "Sue, where is your family?" "Will my presence affect your family?" "I should say hello to your family first." "Actually, all my family members have passed away. When I was in the East, my parents passed away, so my grandfather took me here. However, not long after I came here, he also passed away." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention your sadness." Mary Jane hugged Sue, warming Sue with a big heart. "Everything will be fine. I will always be by your side." Sue naturally enjoyed such a time. "Thank you, Mary Jane. I have already come out of the sadness. Also, I feel like I've embraced a better life." Mary Jane was instantly moved by Sue's love words. Sue. After a while, Mary Jane pushed Sue away. Sue is not in a hurry to go further. The night is still long, and the time to come will be even longer. "I think I should go get dinner ready." Mary Jane was still a little excited after thinking about it. "Sue, do you need my help?" "No need, I'm enough alone." Sue is showing her strengths in the kitchen. Although her cooking skills are not advanced, it is still possible to prepare a few delicious home-cooked dishes. Mary Jane didn't leave either, but watched from the sidelines. Seeing Sue prepare the food, he felt extremely happy. "Sue, is this Oriental food? It smells so good." "It will take a while, but it will be ready soon." Soon, Sue prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup, which was standard. Although there was no candlelight dinner, Sue still made a lot of preparations to enhance the romantic atmosphere. The two started dating in a restaurant. "Oh, Sue, you have to teach me how to use chopsticks." "No problem." Mary Jane used chopsticks for the first time. Although she was a little rusty, she could barely use them. Under Soo-yi's care, a dinner brought the two of them closer. Mary Jane ate a lot and felt a little full. Sue, these foods are really delicious. Oriental food is amazing. You can come and eat as often as you like. Then it's settled. However, Mary Jane's joy quickly faded away, revealing a worried expression. I feel like I'm going to gain weight, and it's all your fault, Sue. I don't think it's a big problem. You just need to increase the amount of exercise to solve this problem. Mary Jane also agreed. It seems that more exercise is indeed needed. Sue knows that many Westerners like to bask in the sun, and Mary Jane is probably no exception. Actually, there's a swimming pool in the backyard of my house. If you have time, you can also swim here, bask in the sun, etc. I absolutely welcome you at any time. Swimming pool? I haven't been in the sun for a while. Maybe I have time next week, so I can come over and get some sun. As you can imagine, the scene of Mary Jane wearing a bathing suit will definitely be exciting. It would be even better if Betty and Gwen were added. Sue-yi was also planning in her heart. It seems that we have to continue to invite them. This seems to be a very good reason. The two chatted for a while, and Sue-yi took the initiative to mention the next arrangement. Sue-yi took the initiative to approach and hugged Mary Jane. Mary Jane, actually, I have another arrangement. Mary Jane's heartbeat accelerated crazily at this moment, and she had already expected this. Recalling what her sister Gail had said, Mary Jane suddenly became a little nervous. Could it be that something wonderful will happen tonight? Mary Jane didn't resist, but looked forward to it. What arrangement? I want to invite you to the musical. Musical? Mary Jane was a little disappointed, so she could only comfort herself in her heart. Maybe it's because Sue is from the East, so her thoughts on this aspect are different from ours. I shouldn't be in a hurry, it's better to take my time. Sue didn't notice this, but continued to explain, I know, you want to be an actor. What do you think about being a musical actor? In the comics, Mary Jane is an actress. It can be said that her qualifications and ability are very good. He has acted in TV series and musicals, and is still famous on Broadway. If Mary Jane were to act in a TV series or a movie, she would definitely have an intimate scene, which Sue-yi naturally found it hard to accept. Therefore, Sue-yi wanted to suggest Mary Jane to act in a musical so that she could fulfill Mary Jane's dream and accept it herself. A musical actor? Yeah, I know your dream is to be an actor. However, if you show me your intimate scenes with other actors, I will definitely go crazy with jealousy. So, I think the career of a musical actor is very suitable for you. You can live out your dreams, you can play your musical talents, and there's no intimacy involved. Mary Jane understood what Sue-yi was thinking and knew that Sue-yi still liked her. I think it's a good idea. Come on, let's go to the musical together. Although Sue-yi has never watched a musical before, she doesn't think musicals are very interesting. But accompanying Mary Jane, Sue-yi showed enough patience. By the time the show was over, it was getting late. The two returned to the car. Mary Jane was very happy, and still discussed the musical with Sue-yi. This musical is really good. Sue, what do you think? Actually, I don't have much feeling for musicals. I look forward to the day when you stand on the stage. I think you will definitely attract everyone's attention and become a star that everyone pays attention to. Mary Jane looked very happy when she heard Sue-yi's praise, and wrapped her arms around Sue-yi's neck. Thank you, Sue. I found out that I have really fallen in love with you. Sue-yi was startled, originally wanted to intercept who go in first, but now it seems that Mary Jane is going to succeed. I love you too. Mary Jane rewarded Sue-yi and then asked, so, Sue, do you like me now or Gwen? When the choice came, Sue-yi had a hard time making a choice. System, use the selection cue card. The prompt results are as follows. Choose to deceive Mary Jane, and there is a high probability of winning Mary Jane's heart. However, if Mary Jane finds out that the host is intimate with other girls, Mary Jane will choose to leave. Choose to drop Mary Jane. Mary Jane will be disappointed and choose to leave. Choose to be honest and frank. I want it all. Mary Jane will be vacillating. If Mary Jane can be saved, the harem is hopeful. Looking at the prompt given by the system, there is no need to think about it at all. Gwen, Mary Jane, I want them all. Hearing Sue-yi's answer at this moment, Mary Jane fell silent. If Sue-yi chooses her, Then tonight, she doesn't plan to go back. However, Sui chose to have them all. Such an answer made it difficult for Mary to accept it in a short period of time. Sue, thank you for your candor. It's just that it's a little hard for me to accept. Sui continued to explain, Mary Jane, I do like you very much. If I cheat you, maybe I can get a lot, but I believe this is not what you want. I'm not like a dude like Tony Stark, who's just swanky and happy and doesn't care about anything else. I really like you and I hope to spend my life with you. Mary Jane was distraught, and the joy she had just lost was gone. I need a little time to think about this, and now I want to go home. I'll take you back. Mary Jane didn't refuse and sat in the co-pilot. The originally joyful atmosphere disappeared, leaving only the silent Mary Jane. Mary Jane was very uncomfortable, and she was constantly thinking about this problem in her heart. Perhaps it would have been better if I knew I shouldn't have asked this question. What should I do now? Abandon Sue and fulfill him and Gwen? Or accept Sue's suggestion? Mary Jane's mood was extremely complicated. After a few days of getting along with her, she found that she had already fallen in love with Sui. If she hadn't already been tempted with Mary Jane's independent, strong, and hearty personality, she wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable, just dumped Sui and it was over. Sui knew that Mary Jane just needed a little time and didn't bother Mary Jane too much. On the way, Sui was playing music and Mary Jane was fascinated by the scenery outside the car window. It didn't take long to arrive at the door of Mary Jane's house, but Mary Jane didn't react. Sui didn't bother Mary Jane until Mary Jane noticed that her home was in front of her. I'm home, thank you, Sue. It was a good evening, if not for that last paragraph. Seeing that Mary Jane was about to get out of the car, Sui got off first and waited for Mary Jane. Mary Jane, I have something to say to you. Mary Jane froze, I'm tired, maybe next time. Sui took the initiative to grab Mary Jane's arm and held Mary Jane in her arms. Mary Jane didn't resist much. She just let Sui hold her like that. I know you need a little time and I will respect you. Thank you for appearing in my world and comforting me. I just want to say I love you and always will love you. Sui ended the date tonight with a tough attitude and a gentle way to leave a mark. Good night. Good night. Mary Jane returned to the room and saw her sister Gail looking at Mary Jane with interest. Oh, Mary Jane, I told her that you're not coming back tonight. As a result, you didn't seize this opportunity. Mary Jane hesitated for a moment without saying anything about it. I just think it shouldn't be too soon. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room first. Gail wanted to say something, but Mary Jane ran back to the room first and closed the door tightly. Looking at Mary Jane's abnormal behavior, Gail felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell. Obviously, when the two came back, they looked very close. He even stopped at the door for a while, maybe doing something in the car. Why did Mary Jane come home with such an attitude? Could it be that they're in the car? No, this time is a bit short. Perhaps this is the reason. Sue is not very good, so Mary Jane is like this? Akio. What's the matter? Mary Jane misses me. Sue rubbed her nose and recovered. The first date with Mary Jane was a success, but it was also a failure. But Sue is not worried. As long as Mary Jane can accept this matter, she can open the harem smoothly. Back home, Sue took a bath and fell asleep comfortably. The next morning saw Tony Stark dominating the news and headlines. According to official news, Tony Stark has been rescued and is on his way back. Missing for nearly 3 months, Stark finally returns. Shocked, that man is coming back. Sue looked at these messages and was speechless. It's you, Tony. It's almost top-notch, and the popularity is high. After you announce the closure of the weapons department, the heat will definitely be even higher. Sue is also thinking, next, he must find a way to invest in Stark Industries. I have $1.1 million now. Even if the stock drops by 50, I don't think I can buy many shares. So, the best way is to make money from Tony. Earn Tony's money, and then buy his company's stock. At that time, I will become a shareholder of the company. After all, Tony will work for me to make money. TSK. This method, the capitalists call it an expert after hearing it. Sue is now waiting for Stark's return, waiting for Stark's press conference. On the other side, After a long journey, Stark finally returned to this land. The driver, Happy, and his assistant, Pepper Potts, were already waiting at the airport. Seeing Stark appear in front of them, both of them were very excited. Because Ethan had nowhere to go and was brought back by Stark. "Hi, boss." Stark looked at Pepper, who was so excited that he was about to cry, and his mood improved a lot. "Your eyes are red? Are you happy for the safe return of the long-lost boss?" Pepper was amused. "No, I just hate looking for a job again." "Yeah, your vacation is over." Stark got into his luxury car smoothly, and the driver, Happy, immediately asked, "Where are you going, sir?" Little Pepper immediately commanded, "Drive to the hospital. I've already made an appointment with the doctor." "Okay." Happy was about to drive, but was stopped by Stark. "No need to go to the hospital. I feel fine now." Pepper still wants to continue to argue. "No, your situation looks very bad. You have to." Stark interrupted Pepper. "I was imprisoned for 3 months, and now I'm back. There are only 2 things I want to do right away. First thing, I want some burgers. Second thing, I'm going to hold a press conference at the Stark building." Pepper is very worried about Stark's situation. "Boss, I think the press conference can be postponed. It would be better to hold the press conference after you are sure that you are healthy." Stark was a little emotional. "I know my situation is not good, but I won't be down yet. The development conference is more important now." Pepper didn't continue to argue and could only agree with Stark's decision. "Happy drive." "Yes, boss." Pepper didn't object anymore, but called Obadiah. Because the official news of Stark's return was released, media reporters wanted to get first-hand information, so they gathered in Stark Great Summer and surrounded it. The media reporters on the inner and outer floors waited patiently until the car appeared in their sight. Stark returns, holds a press conference. There were a lot of media reporters in the audience, and Stark also announced a big event while eating a hamburger. "I have decided, starting today, to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Department." The media reporters were excited, and a sternness flashed in Obadiah's eyes. However, at this moment, Obadiah can't turn his face. He can only continue to please Tony. What we should pay more attention to is that Tony is back. Tony Stark was about to close the arms department, which immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Shocked, after Stark's return, he actually announced the closure of the weapons department in public. Stark Industries actually wants to close the weapons department. What else can Stark Industries do without the arms department? Stark disappeared in March and returned again, suspected of being insane. In terms of the stock market, Stark's stock plummeted even more. S.H.I.E.L.D. watched the stock market and didn't pay much attention to it. Stark Industries is worth tens of billions, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 1.1 million can't buy many stocks at all. Instead of buying stocks in this way, it is better to go directly to Stark and ask for shares. S.H.I.E.L.D. waited quietly, waiting for Stark to contact her, and then went to negotiate a deal. After Stark returned to his villa, he had already forgotten about S.H.I.E.L.D., drilled into the laboratory, and started to make a brand new arc reactor. With previous experience and complete materials. In half a day, Stark finished making the new arc reactor. Pepper. After calling on Pepper to help him install a new reactor, Stark felt very comfortable. "Your body has not fully recovered. You should pay attention to rest. It's getting late now, you should rest." Only then did Stark notice that it was so late. While Little Chili went up to serve himself a drink, Stark decided to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. "By the way, I actually forgot about it. JRVS, investigate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s profile." Information search. After a while, JRVIS found several people named S.H.I.E.L.D., checked them one by one, and immediately confirmed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s identity. "It's him." "Is there so little information?" "Because both parents died, I came here to live with my grandfather. Then my grandfather also died of illness, so I inherited the family property. Currently attending Midtown High School." Stark looked at the documents in front of him, lost in thought. Just looking at the information, he looks like an ordinary person, or an ordinary person who has lost all his relatives. Stark recalled S.H.I.E.L.D.'s miraculous ability and the so-called symbiote battlesuit, which are not like ordinary people can get. Stark remembered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words. He said he knew the secret of my interest. Even I didn't know what I was interested in. "Forget it. Let's contact him directly." Stark chose to contact Sue and waited for a while before Sue answered the phone. Hi Sue, I'm Tony Stark. Sue was a little speechless and couldn't help complaining. Couldn't you have called earlier? I have to go to school tomorrow. It was only then that Stark remembered that Sue was still a student and had to go to class. Okay, do you still have time now? Or, let's talk about it another day. There is still time. Show me the environment you are in now, and I will teleport there. Stark was a little surprised. Does it still need to be so troublesome? Obviously, when he was in the cave, he teleported over directly. Anyway, this is a feature. Stark silently recorded it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Scanning the nearby environment with the mobile phone, Sue has also confirmed that he can teleport through the shuttle. Okay, I'll be right there. In an instant, Sue appeared out of nowhere in the underground studio of Stark's villa. Tony, I'm here to trade with you. Even after experiencing it once, Stark was still taken aback when he saw Sue suddenly appear this time. Oh, damn, your ability is really terrifying. In front of your ability, my villa has no defense at all. It's normal for Stark to have such worries. After all, this ability is indeed a bit powerful. Don't worry, I don't have the heart to go to other people's houses like this. Under normal circumstances, I will drive. If I have to be in a hurry, I will try my best to ask the owner of the house for permission. The two were chatting, and Pepper came to the studio wearing work clothes and holding coffee. Seeing Sue, who suddenly appeared, he was very surprised. She clearly remembered that she had just left to make a cup of coffee, and within a few minutes, a person suddenly appeared. Oh, Tony, who is he? Why is he here? Stark hesitated for a while and made an excuse. It's just a friend of mine. Pepper has been with Stark for several years and knows what kind of person Stark is. There are many beautiful women around Stark, but there are only a handful of male friends. Obadiah is the uncle, Happy is the driver, and Rhodes is the only friend. If Stark had a handsome Oriental friend like Sue by his side, she would definitely be impressed. Friends? Tony, how many friends do you have, may I not know? Sue looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. She was also a beautiful woman. It's a pity that Stark was so busy dating other beauties that he ignored the grass beside him. Sue greeted Pepper with a smile. Hello, Pepper. You're right, I am not this guy's friend now. We can only be regarded as a cooperative relationship. I helped him out of danger, and now I'm here to ask him for money. Pepper instantly understood. You saved Tony? It can only be said that I did put in a lot of effort. Thank you. Stark was ignored, a little unhappy. I know you saved me, so what do you want? Sue replied with a smile. It's simple, I want money. How many? It's not how much money, but I want the stock of Stark Industries, around 20. At least let me be the second largest shareholder. Stark looked at Sue in disbelief. 20 shares. Do you know how much it is? I don't know, but it's definitely a lot. I also know it's expensive, so I'll give you 3 secrets that you want to know. Stark shook his head. The secret I want to know? For example, how should you defend this ability? Sue took the coffee prepared by Pepper for Stark. Definitely not. The first secret, I'll tell you, is who planned this attack. Second secret, your arc now uses palladium element, which will cause palladium element poisoning. I know how to solve it. The third secret, about the death of your parents, I know who the murderer is. Stark can still hold on to the first 2 secrets. However, when Sue mentioned the third secret, Stark trembled and almost fell down. This secret shocked Stark immensely. When his parents died unexpectedly, Stark fell into self-blame and loneliness. Now, knowing that his parents were killed by someone instead of an accident, how can Stark be calm? What did you say? My parents were murdered. Who did it? Tell me, you want 20 shares? No problem, I will give you all. Sue comforted. Don't get excited. I can give you all the answers you want to know. But you'd better calm down first. How do you tell me to calm down? Tell me, I need to know the answer, no matter what the cost. Stark didn't have much hesitation and gave an affirmative answer again. 20 shares, I agree. I need to know the answers to these 3 secrets, especially the third one. Sue saw the anger and determination in Stark's eyes, and if she didn't tell Stark the answer, she might be pestered by Stark endlessly in the future, and there would be no peace. Okay, no problem. The first secret, this incident, the person who really wanted to kidnap you is actually Obadiah. To be precise, he wants to get rid of you. Stark doesn't want to believe the answer. It's just that S.H.I.E.L.D saved him, and besides, there's no reason to lie to him. It's just that, as smart as Stark, he can't figure out why Obadiah wants to get rid of himself. Obviously, the relationship between the two is very good and even, because Stark's parents died young. Stark has always regarded Obadiah as his father. Why? He wants to get rid of you and take over the company. So he contacted the Ten Rings gang and planned to get rid of you. It's just that the Ten Rings gang took a fancy to your ability and wanted you to help build missiles. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Obadiah contacted the Ten Ring gang. With your ability, you should be able to find some cobweb traces to verify this answer. Stark didn't want to believe it, but there was already some doubt in his heart. The weapons they made themselves appeared in the hands of the Ten Rings gang. There must be something wrong with it. I will find a way to find clues, so what about the other two secrets? I remember the second one is about arc reactor. I don't think anyone can surpass me in this field, and no one knows arc reactor better than me. In this regard, Stark doesn't think anyone is better than himself. Before making a new arc reactor, Stark also simulated it with JRVS. At present, other elements do not seem to be able to replace palladium. In his own field, Stark is still very egotistical. No, there is one more person, your father Howard. At that time, he studied the cosmic cube and developed the arc reactor, but due to the limitations of the times, his research progress was very slow. However, he still left some research materials, which are kept in S.H.I.E.L.D. The clues about the new elements are hidden in the model of the future city, made by your father. This model should still be in your company. Stark seemed vaguely impressed. What do you mean by S.H.I.E.L.D? Your father, Howard, and Peggy Carter formed a mysterious organization. Like the Phil Coulson agent that Pepper saw, it is S.H.I.E.L.D. Little Pepper remembered that there was such an agent looking for him. He's from S.H.I.E.L.D? He told me that his name is the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Stark also remembered, okay, Pepper, put me in touch with that Phil Coulson agent tomorrow, I need to see him. So now, the most critical question, tell me, who killed my parents? Suicide, Hydra. Stark couldn't believe it, JRVS. Pull up the Hydra file. Looking at the information in front of him, Stark quickly learned about this organization. It's just that this evil organization has been destroyed many years ago, and now, there is no news at all. Sue, this organization has been destroyed, are you kidding me? Destruction? Are you sure? Are you sure all Hydra members are dead? Even if they were all dead, wouldn't someone re-establish Hydra? Stark made up his mind. Tell me where their base is, I'm going to destroy them. Seeing that Stark was so impulsive, Sui stopped Stark. Tony, they're hiding, and they are very powerful. Even if you have a steel armor, can you eradicate such a huge organization by yourself? They're hiding very deeply now, and they will take action from time to time. If you act rashly and cannot wipe them all out, they will hide even deeper. Stark was persuaded by Sui. You're right, I can't eradicate this organization alone. I want to build an Iron Legion. I want my Iron Legion to spread all over the world. No matter where they are, I will catch them come out. Sui gasped. The joke was a little too big. Stark is not the kind of person who just talks. If he said that, he would definitely do it. At that time, the Steel Army will monitor the whole world, and the problem will not be the slightest. What I mean is not to let you create the Iron Legion, but to calm you down. You just have to wait for someone until Hydra reveals itself. By then, you will be able to eradicate most of HYDRA. Although Stark was extremely angry, he was still somewhat rational. Who am I waiting for? How long will I be waiting? It shouldn't take long, maybe half a year, maybe a year. However, you'd better not leak the news about HYDRA. When the time is right, I will tell you more clues. Stark fell silent. He could afford to wait a year. Stark also decided that no matter what, the Iron Legion must be indispensable. During this period, we must create an Iron Legion to prepare for the eradication of HYDRA. I'll be patient. Tony, I know that you have always regretted it, and you want to make up for the regret between you and your parents. It's just that you have to believe that your parents love you. After you have experienced this incident, you should understand that you should cherish the present. Life. Stark didn't listen at all. I will. I can ask someone to give you 10 shares first, and for the remaining 10, I will give you 4 for each secret determined. It's just that if I transfer the shares to you, it is bound to be discovered by others. Sui thought for a while, then exchanged 10 shares for Pepper. If Pepper wants to, I want her to work for me. Stark refused without thinking. No, I can't give you Pepper. Pepper also rejected Sui. I'm not your cargo. Stark continued, I remember you were just a student. Although you inherited some family wealth, you didn't have your own company to manage. I don't have it now, but it doesn't mean I won't have it in the future. After graduation, maybe I will start a business. I need someone with ability to help me manage the company. It would be even better if someone like Pepper has both ability and beauty. Stark said immediately, I'll ask Pepper to help you find a qualified assistant. As long as the hoe is swung well, the corner can be dug away sooner or later. Sui is not in a hurry to poach Pepper. There is still a lot of time in the future. In this case, then give me 10 shares. From today, I am also a shareholder of Stark Industries. So, Pepper, if there is any shareholder meeting or other important matters in the future, don't forget to contact me. Pepper was called by Sui, but he still didn't react. Okay. So, goodbye, Tony. Good night, Miss Pepper. Sui originally had 2 purposes. The first was Pepper, and the second was to become a shareholder of Stark Industries. I haven't been able to win the little Pepper so far, but fortunately, the second task is completed. Become a shareholder of Stark Industries and wait for the dividends to be paid. Just lie down and count the money. Sure enough, making money is not suitable for me. I still think of a way to catch up with Gwen and the others as soon as possible. Ding, the host spoils the future information, changing the fate of Stark. Sui had just returned to her home, was about to take a bath and then go to bed, when she heard a message from the system. Spoilers will indeed have an impact on Stark's fate. System, let's count the harvest. The fate of Iron Man Stark has been changed, and he has obtained 2,000 fate points. An extra chance to win a lottery. Seeing this lucky draw chance, Sui was very happy. In the system's shopping mall, a common lucky draw opportunity is worth 10,000 fate points. A god-level lottery chance worth 100 million destiny points. Lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Danger Warning. Danger Warning, isn't this just spider telepathy, just a different name? After counting the harvest, Sui washed up and fell asleep comfortably. A new day, go to school as usual. You can still enjoy peace now. Stark has not yet made an official announcement, and all kinds of ghosts and snakes can hide. After Stark is officially announced as Iron Man, it is estimated that it will not be so peaceful. Sui is still at school, still working hard to pursue Gwen and get Mary Jane back. Stark has also let Pepper contact Phil Coulson, and Phil Coulson naturally agreed. Director, Stark took the initiative to contact me and asked me to go to his villa. Go ahead, go find out and see how he came back. Phil Coulson continued, Director, Stark also said that his father kept something in S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked us to bring it to him. Nick Fury looked up slightly, looked at Phil Coulson, and realized something wasn't quite right. Howard is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. He has made great contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D. and has developed and manufactured many high-tech equipment and weapons. Logically speaking, Howard's identity is kept very secret, and it is impossible for Tony to know. But judging from today's call, Phil Coulson sensed that Tony seemed to know something. How did he know this? I do not know either. Nick Fury doesn't know why this change happened. However, the matter cannot be ignored. Phil Coulson, take the things over there and try it out. If there is no gain, I will send others to investigate. Yes, boss. Phil Coulson came to Tony Stark's villa with a box of documents, but Stark is a bit busy now. I just came back, and I have to study new elements and develop new armor. There is another Obadiah hiding in the dark, and Tony also wants to prove Obadiah's innocence, but he has to be careful. Tony didn't dare to delay at all. He got up early and got busy. I brought back the model of the city of the future and let Pepper contact Phil Coulson. Finally, Coulson shows up at Tony Stark's villa. Under Pepper's call, Stark suspended the tasks in hand, appeared in the living room, and received Phil Coulson. Hi, I'm Phil Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Defense Offensive and Logistics Agency. Stark sat down on his own, picked up the wine prepared by Pepper and drank it directly. This name is too long, why not call it S.H.I.E.L.D? The name is indeed much shorter, but I don't have the right to change it. Stark said straight to the point. Did you bring what I asked you to bring? These are the research materials Howard left at S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark was very satisfied and continued to ask, my parents died that year, and I concluded that it was a car accident. Did they really die because of a car accident? S.H.I.E.L.D has a strict hierarchy and even divides management. Although Coulson is also a high-level agent, he has not had access to these materials. I haven't had access to these materials, so I can't give you an answer. So, you should have investigated it? Phil Coulson hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There should be an investigation. I need to know the truth of the matter. Phil Coulson was very helpless. He was an agent, but during the conversation, Stark took the initiative throughout the conversation. Okay, I can ask my superiors for instructions. If you can cooperate with us and tell us how you and Ethan escaped from the Ten Ring Gang, I think we can reach a cooperation soon. Stark hesitated for a moment and thought of Sui. However, Stark also had an idea, concealing Sui's part, and only said that the armor he made defeated the Ten Rings gang. We can cooperate, provided that you tell me the truth about that matter. Stark turned away and went back to work in the underground workshop. Pepper was also very embarrassed, because Sui showed up last night and brought big news. In fact, she also doubted Sui's purpose, but there was no evidence. At this moment, Little Pepper felt hesitation in his heart and chose to help Stark hide it. I'm so sorry, Phil Coulson. Tony, he's used to being self-centered. Phil Coulson knew a little about Stark, so of course he knew, oh, it's fine. On the way back, Phil Coulson reported the news to Nick Fury. Director Ludden immediately realized that something was wrong. I will consider this matter. After hanging up the phone, Director Braised Egg immediately called up the investigation report on the death of the Howards and saw the information in it. The Howards were attacked and killed by the Winter Soldier. S.H.I.E.L.D has been investigating the Winter Soldier for a long time. All they know is that this man is very powerful and elusive. Other than that, there is no clue at all. I don't know which country this Winter Soldier is from, and I don't know which force he was trained by. Tony's side of the problem can't be ignored either. He escaped from the heavily guarded kidnappers. Now, he still knows that Howard is a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even doubts the truth of his parents' death. It seems that he knows something. With years of experience, Nick Fury feels that these things are not simple. Tony was rescued and even knew these secrets. There must be someone behind all of this. Phil Coulson's ability is really good, but for this matter, Natasha Romanoff is more suitable. Putting Natasha Romanoff next to Tony will surely make it easier to figure out who's behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Nick Fury could only send a message to ask his trump card agent Natasha Romanoff to complete the task and come back as soon as possible. Nick Fury is not in a hurry to hand over the information to Stark, but is going to wait for Natasha Romanoff to come back and then conduct a test. Tony Stark is very busy and has been retreating to build armor. Stark was in no rush about Obadiah. Stark is not in a hurry. Some people are in a hurry, and the board of directors of Stark Industries is in a mess. Closing the weapons department would cut down their cash cow and kill their golden chicken, so they were naturally not happy about it. It's just that Stark has been hiding and has been invisible, and Obadiah came forward to calm the complaints of the board of directors. It's better to say it's a fire than to calm down. Obadiah can't wait for the board to step in and oust Stark as CEO. At that time, I will be able to reap the benefits of being a fisherman and become the person in charge of Stark Industries. Not only that, but the Ten Ring Gang made a major discovery. The wreckage of the battle armor had been discovered by the remaining members of the Ten Rings Gang. After hearing the news, Obadiah set off immediately and took the wreckage of the battle armor and the design drawings into his hands. Looking at these things, Obadiah was very excited. Originally wanted to kill Stark unexpectedly, now there is a new harvest. After Obadiah came back, he immediately summoned a large number of scientists to start researching and manufacturing armor. Definitely, Obadiah also wanted to find Stark to try it out, but Stark didn't like this at all, and just built a battle armor behind closed doors. Obadiah, who had been rejected, was naturally planning to create a battle armor, and then took advantage of the situation to drive Stark out of power and take control of the Stark company himself. 10 days passed, and Natasha Romanoff finally came back. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., sits in his office, waiting for his right-hand man to arrive. Natasha Romanoff, wearing a battle suit, hurried outside the office. Boom, boom, boom. With Nick Fury's permission, Natasha Romanoff entered the office. "Boss, what's the matter? So anxious, call me back? This mission belongs to you." Nick Fury took out the information and put it in front of Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff poured over, "Tony Stark, the dude? I do have a knack for dandies." Nick Fury continued, "He is not the key. The important thing is that someone influenced him behind the scenes." Natasha Romanoff listened quietly, and Nick Fury told Natasha Romanoff everything he knew and clues. More often than not, Natasha Romanoff is not a combatant, but an intelligence officer. Has a very strong insight ability, and has a very high intelligence acquisition skill. Sometimes through conversation, you can get the information you want. For example, the third Princess Loki came to this planet and was deliberately captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff learned Loki's true purpose through the dialogue. Winter Soldier, the death of the Howards, did he do it too? Natasha Romanoff recalls fighting the Winter Soldier, but the Winter Soldier is stronger, more ruthless, like a machine. In the end, Natasha Romanoff was injured and narrowly escaped death. Although he survived, he also left a scar. Holding this information, Natasha Romanoff fell into thought. "I'll go to Stark tomorrow and find a way to find out the news." Natasha Romanoff took this information, imitated Stark's character, and then thought about the words, trying to find a way to get the words out of Stark. In addition to Stark, his assistant Pepper is also a good entry point. After getting ready, Natasha Romanoff contacted Pepper, voluntarily identified herself, and said that she would go to Stark's villa the next day. Stark was busy, but luckily it worked. The new arc reactor has been made, and the battle armor has also been built in 7s and 80s. The Mark II armor is about to be successfully completed. Knowing that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. personally came to the door and delivered the information, Stark had to find time to meet him no matter what. Natasha Romanoff doesn't wear formal clothes like Phil Coulson, but dresses very casually and attractively. Looking at the past, who would dare to believe that this could be an agent? Pepper greeted Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson. Looking at Natasha Romanoff was very surprised. Did not expect such a beautiful woman to be an agent. "Hi Pepper, my name is Natasha Romanoff and I'm an agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hello, Stark is still in the underground studio. Please wait a moment, I will ask him to come out." "Thanks." When Stark came to the living room and saw Natasha Romanoff, his eyes lit up and he automatically ignored Phil Coulson. Beauty of this level is really rare. If Sui had met Natasha Romanoff, she would have sighed that real people are prettier than actors. 170 height, perfect body proportions. Mature and charming face, captivating. Even Tony Stark, who has been in love for a long time and has countless women around him, is somewhat seduced. "So, you are also an agent? You are so beautiful. Why would you choose to be an agent?" Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly. Some people have many choices, while others have no choice. "Tony, here's the information you want. We have shown enough sincerity, so please tell me, how did you know the secret?" Stark was about to continue fooling around. "I'm a genius. Is it difficult to know this?" "You are a genius, so you shouldn't trust the person who told you this secret so much. He must have some other purpose in doing this. He hopes to achieve a certain purpose through you. You should trust us even more. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by your father, and your father has a high status in S.H.I.E.L.D. When they had an accident, we investigated for a long time. Finally, in order to protect your safety, we concealed the truth from you." Stark was furious. "Protect me, so hide the truth? This is not my protection. You never thought to tell me the truth, and that's the truth. Natasha Romanoff saw that Stark's mood fluctuated greatly and knew that this kind of time was the best time to investigate intelligence. Exactly. It's just that you know this, so what can you do? Do you know who the real murderer is? Our S.H.I.E.L.D has been investigating for so many years, but there is no clue. Do you think you can catch him by yourself? Tony Stark looked at the file in front of him, the Winter Soldier, and went mad. You can't catch him because you are incompetent. I'll catch him because, well, I'm Tony Stark. Stark drilled into the underground research room with the materials, and Pepper's eyes were full of worry. All of this was seen by Natasha Romanoff, who packed up and prepared to leave. It seems that I should leave too. I'm sorry, this incident hit Tony hard. I know, but if he continues like this, he will inevitably fall into madness and bring himself into danger and desperation. Natasha Romanoff had an insight into Pepper's thoughts. Miss Pepper, you've been with Tony for so long, you don't want to see him in danger, do you? Pepper was caught in a hesitation between Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D demanding secrecy and Natasha Romanoff representing S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff came to the door and was about to leave. Miss Pepper, there is still time. We can figure out the purpose of that person and save Tony. If it goes on, I'm afraid Tony will be in danger. You are his last resort. If you don't help him, no one can help him. Pepper was moved by Natasha Romanoff and finally made up his mind. His name is S.H.I.E.L.D, and here is his information. S.H.I.E.L.D finished school and returned home happily. The efforts of these days were finally not in vain. Mary Jane's attitude towards herself has improved a lot, and she is not far away from returning to her embrace. S.H.I.E.L.D had just returned to the entrance of the villa, and when she was about to enter the yard, she saw a car with a flat tire in front of her eyes. The vehicle was forced to stop and almost hit S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D dodged subconsciously, so he didn't get hit. An extremely beautiful woman got out of the car, and this woman was Natasha Romanoff. Oh God. How are you? Seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D was safe and sound, Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, I'm glad you're okay. I don't know what happened. The car suddenly blew out. I did not do it on purpose. If you need compensation, you can also discuss it. S.H.I.E.L.D always felt that something was wrong, maybe because this woman was so beautiful. But overall, there seems to be nothing unusual. I'm fine, you didn't hit me at all. It seems that you need help. Natasha Romanoff looked at her car. I don't think you can help me. I have to make a call and have the car towed for repairs. S.H.I.E.L.D shrugged, originally wanted to strike up a conversation with this beauty, who appeared suddenly. I think you may have to wait a while. My home is here. Why don't we go have a cup of coffee together? Natasha Romanoff didn't have the slightest hesitation. Oh, thank you so much. I almost bumped into you just now and you were willing to buy me coffee. You are a gentleman. I don't think any gentleman would reject a beauty like you. My name is S.H.I.E.L.D. You can call me Sue. Natasha Romanoff also introduced herself naturally. My name is Shauna. You're welcome, Shauna. S.H.I.E.L.D brought Natasha Romanoff, who goes by the pseudonym Lena, into the room and made coffee. Although S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't like drinking coffee very much, she still has some skills in making coffee in this country. While S.H.I.E.L.D was making coffee, Natasha Romanoff suddenly said, "Excuse me, can I use the bathroom?" Definitely can. Seeing the back of Natasha Romanoff leaving, S.H.I.E.L.D felt disturbed. It's been so long since I came to this world. There are many beauties around me, but I didn't win any of them. Mary Jane was the closest step to success that time, but because of my choice, I left temporarily. The beauty in front of me is really good, no worse than beauties like Gwen. When she comes back, you can have a good chat with her. After a while, Natasha Romanoff appeared in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. Putting his hands on the bar, watching S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements, he posed in a coquettish pose, showing off his beautiful figure. S.H.I.E.L.D was a little dumbfounded. This woman is too good at flirting. Looking into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes, Natasha Romanoff knew that her plan was half successful. Definitely, Natasha Romanoff is also a little puzzled. Is this person really the target he is looking for? Sue, the way you make coffee is really handsome. Thank you for the compliment. Sue, from your appearance, you seem to be from the ancient country of the East. I have always been interested in the ancient country of the East. I heard that you people from the East know martial arts. Is it true? Definitely not true. How can everyone know martial arts? However, I did learn a little martial arts. Oh, cool. Do you really know martial arts? Definitely, I can show it to you when I have a chance. Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, I must see it when I have a chance. Sui made the coffee and pushed it in front of Natasha Romanoff. Your coffee. Natasha Romanoff took the coffee and drank it without rushing. Why is there only one cup? Sue, don't you drink coffee? Personally, I prefer to drink juice or milk, and coffee is for entertaining guests. Natasha Romanoff half-jokingly said, then you didn't add something to the coffee while I was away, did you? For example, let me fall into a coma after drinking it, and you can only do whatever you want? It's normal for girls to be a little wary. There's no need for that. I prefer to rely on my personal charm to attract women instead of using this method. If you don't believe me, I can try it first, or you can choose to drink other drinks. Natasha Romanoff stood up suddenly and said, don't bother, I have a way. Natasha Romanoff took a sip of coffee and then rushed towards Sui. Sui felt Natasha Romanoff's movements. Can you still play like this? Suddenly, Sui's mind was shaken, as if he had a perception of danger coming. Feeling the movements of the beauty in her arms, Sui knew that something was wrong. Without saying a word, he immediately cast a teleport and disappeared into the room with the two of them. Report, the target disappeared and Natasha Romanoff agent also disappeared. Disappear? What do you mean? It just disappeared all of a sudden. FanFic, send someone in and look for signs of the target. Locate Natasha Romanoff agent. We need to find them. Yes. In an instant, several people appeared at the door of Sui's villa, rushed into Sui's villa, and started searching. At this time, Sui and Natasha Romanoff had appeared in Stark's underground studio. Stark, who was working on Mark II, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Sui and Natasha Romanoff. Wang Defa. Seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Stark couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Sue, I remember you said that your teleportation cannot take people. Also, you also said that you will not enter my room without permission unless you have consent. Even if you want to play some sports with beautiful women, you shouldn't come to me. I remember you have a villa. When Natasha Romanoff heard Stark's voice, she immediately knew that Sui was behind it. Definitely, what made Natasha Romanoff most curious was that she was clearly in Sui's villa, but suddenly appeared here. Natasha Romanoff brushed her hair back, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Sui. Stark also finally saw Natasha Romanoff's face clearly. That female agent? Sue, do you like female agents too? Sui finally realized that this should be the female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Judging from this appearance, 9 out of 10 are Natasha Romanoff. Sui didn't answer. What did you eat for me? Sleeping pills enough to bring down an elephant can give you a good night's sleep. Sui spat out the coffee, not worried. I don't drink much, and my physical fitness is still very strong, so I should still be able to hold on. Sui felt that she didn't feel drowsy, but was very energetic, and it was no problem to drive a warship. Since he was still awake, there must be something to do. Now that the situation in front of us is already chaotic, let's make it even more chaotic. Stark, can you shield her electronics? There are some contents that cannot be leaked for the time being. Stark chose to believe Sui JRVS, block the signal. Yes, sir. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff was still pointing a gun at herself, Sui was extremely relaxed. Relax, Natasha Romanoff. I mean no harm. I don't believe it. Tell me, what is your purpose? Sui said with a smile. Definitely yes, but you'd better put your weapons away first. Stark also reminded, put down your weapon, beautiful agent, your weapon can't hurt him. Hundreds of bandits from the 10 Rings, armed with a variety of Stark weapons, couldn't kill him. If you don't believe me, you can shoot and try. Stark's words really stimulated Natasha Romanoff. Sui didn't expect that Natasha Romanoff really dared to shoot, and he emptied a whole load of bullets. I believe it now. Sui came back to his senses. Tony, is this interesting? And you, Natasha Romanoff, how dare you shoot? You just emptied the magazine. Natasha Romanoff explained, before you turned into this, I only fired one shot, and I aimed well, so I promise I won't kill you. Sui thinks back, it seems to be the same. It seems that Natasha Romanoff started to shoot recklessly after confirming that her symbiote battle suit could block bullets. I'm a grudge, Natasha Romanoff, and you'd better figure out how to make it up to me. After Natasha Romanoff determined that she couldn't control S.H.I.E.L.D alone, she didn't plan to fight recklessly, but decided to outwit her. What compensation do you want? I haven't thought about it yet, I'll talk about it later. When S.H.I.E.L.D was about to tease Natasha Romanoff, he suddenly realized a question. Natasha Romanoff, did you go alone, or did someone else cooperate with you to complete the task? Definitely won't be alone. S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help it either, and turned into FanFic, damn it. Tony, put me in touch with Phil Coulson. Stark didn't understand S.H.I.E.L.D's intention, but still chose to help S.H.I.E.L.D contact Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was at S.H.I.E.L.D's house when he received a call from Stark. Hi, I'm Phil Coulson, Stark. What do you do? S.H.I.E.L.D said, I'm S.H.I.E.L.D, and I'm at Tony's villa with Natasha Romanoff. Tell you Commissioner Nick Fury, we have something to talk about, and Natasha Romanoff will tell him when he goes back. One more thing, tell your people to get out of my villa without leaving any bugs or cameras. Otherwise, I don't mind going to your S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters and leaving something interesting, understand? After Phil Coulson heard about it, he immediately replied, understood. I will pass it on to the director. Everyone stop. After Phil Coulson stopped S.H.I.E.L.D's agent, he went outside and called Nick Fury. FanFic, this person can actually bring people from here to Stark's villa in an instant? Bring someone back first, trust Natasha Romanoff agent. Phil Coulson agreed without any hesitation, yes, director, so should we continue to monitor him? There is no need for bugs and cameras, just keep a few agents nearby and monitor normally. Clear. After getting a response from Phil Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D relaxed. Tony, I need your help to make sure these bastards don't leave anything in my house. No problem, but let me declare in advance that I am not your employee. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, definitely, please do me a favor, I will tell you more information. Stark has no hesitation, deal? S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Stark, Tony, are you sure the news won't get out? I am sure. That's good, then I will say something important. This matter concerns Tony and you, Natasha Romanoff. Tony's parents were assassinated by the Winter Soldier, and you were attacked by the Winter Soldier, right? Natasha Romanoff nodded, yes. Before you gave Tony the information, I told Tony an answer. Tony said, I think you said H.I.E.L.D, so, the Winter Soldier, it's Hydra. That's right, Hydra is not completely dead. This Winter Soldier is actually Captain America's friend, Bucky Barnes. After being captured by H.I.E.L.D, he was brainwashed and transformed into a frozen state. Only when needed, he will be released to complete task. Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe it, Hydra? Bucky Barnes? This story, it's wonderful. Tony Stark didn't believe it either. How is it possible? Even if he was still alive, he would be in his 80s or 90s then, right? It seems that you don't believe it. There are even more shocking things. For example, you thought Hydra was wiped out long ago. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D has been infiltrated by H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff felt even more unbelievable. How is this possible? How is it impossible? S.H.I.E.L.D recruited many Hydra scientists after the war, so S.H.I.E.L.D has been infiltrated from the very beginning. Tony, you want to avenge your parents and eradicate Hydra completely. It will be very difficult. Tony Stark was firm, so she's from Hydra too? Definitely not. There are not many people who can be trusted at present. Director Nick Fury, Phil Coulson agent, Hawkeye Barton agent, and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff guessed S.H.I.E.L.D's purpose in his heart. After analysis, Natasha Romanoff suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D's actions were most likely to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D is so powerful that ordinary people cannot handle it. If you can win over Stark, it will be a big boost. Do you think that if you say that, I will trust you and become your pawn in S.H.I.E.L.D? S.H.I.E.L.D smiled confidently. I don't need chess pieces, and I don't need you to believe, because this is the truth. Like you and Barton in Budapest, and you thought you killed Dreykov. Actually, Dreykov is not dead, and still controls many Black Widows, including your sister Yelena. Natasha Romanoff was shocked, but as an agent, Natasha Romanoff calmed down quickly. Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. I waited a long time for this opportunity. You didn't do it until his daughter appeared, did you? Natasha Romanoff's mentality was already unsteady. How did you know? Only Barton and I knew about this news, and neither of us reported it. Just listen to S.H.I.E.L.D. continue to say, "It's strange that no one else knows. This world is far more dangerous and complicated than you imagined." Let's just say that what you're seeing now is only a small part of it. Your director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury, has already fought aliens. There is a magician organization in the world that has silently protected the world for many years. The characters in the myth will come to this world sooner or later. Both Natasha Romanoff and Stark couldn't believe it. It's challenging their perceptions. Are you kidding me? Magic, mythology, I only believe in science. I don't believe it either. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not in a hurry to persuade them to believe. Believe it or not, the choice is up to you. Anyway, all of this will happen sooner or later. The world is at stake. It needs Avengers and more superheroes. You can slowly verify the authenticity of these contents. There is still some time anyway. The two fell into silence, and Natasha Romanoff recovered first, so Yelena is still controlled by the Red House, right? Do you know where the Red House is? I don't know the exact location. I only know that the Red House is in the air. If you can find Melina, she knows where the Red House is. If you want to completely wipe out the Red House, you can ask me for help. The premise is that you have prepared the compensation for this time and the reward for asking me to do it. Natasha Romanoff is still not sure whether the news is true or not, but these news are indeed extremely important to her. I think this kiss may be regarded as compensation. Natasha Romanoff is about to leave, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is waiting for the detection device made by Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't want her life to become a live broadcast, and all these bugs and cameras must be removed. Especially now, my relationship with Gwen, Mary Jane, and others is getting better and better. Maybe one day I will reach that point. At this time, if there is a camera at home, it would be scary to think about it. While Toolman Stark was busy, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Natasha Romanoff left the studio together. Pepper was busy and was very surprised to see S.H.I.E.L.D. and Natasha Romanoff appearing suddenly. "Sue, Natasha Romanoff, what are you doing here?" S.H.I.E.L.D. teleported suddenly and appeared beside S.H.I.E.L.D. That's it. Pepper watched S.H.I.E.L.D. disappear suddenly, and the voice reappeared beside her and was startled. Luckily, S.H.I.E.L.D. had quick eyesight and quick hands. He held on to S.H.I.E.L.D. and took advantage of the opportunity to catch the computer that almost fell. Little Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, Sue, you must never show up like this in the future. It's really scary." S.H.I.E.L.D. leaned closer. "It won't happen again. This time, it's your punishment for revealing the secret." Pepper was very nervous, looking at the young and handsome S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of him. He couldn't help feeling a little moved. S.H.I.E.L.D. also just teased Pepper and left quickly without further action. Natasha Romanoff wasn't in the mood to watch S.H.I.E.L.D. tease Pepper. "I still have something to do, so I'll go first." Pepper also got rid of S.H.I.E.L.D. in a panic. "Goodbye, Natasha Romanoff." Natasha Romanoff had to go back quickly. There was a lot to do. To report information, but also to find a way to investigate the clues of the Red House. By Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff left, and only Chili and S.H.I.E.L.D. were left in the living room. Xiaojie recalled that the two had been in close contact just now and couldn't help being a little nervous. "Sue, why haven't you left yet?" "Stark is making something for me. I need to wait a while." "Miss Pepper, can I have a glass of juice?" "Okay." Pepper got up and went to the bar. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at Pepper's figure. Pepper in work clothes still had a certain flavor. There was such a beautiful and capable secretary, but Stark didn't pay attention at all. "Your juice." "Thank you, Pepper." After receiving the juice, S.H.I.E.L.D. was satisfied. "Pepper, is there any activity in the company recently?" "There is an event. The company has prepared a charity party. Do you want to attend?" S.H.I.E.L.D. saw that Stark's Mark II armor was almost completed, so he knew that this game would come soon. "Definitely. It's just that I don't have a girlfriend. Can you be my girlfriend?" With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation, it's hard not to make Chili thank me. "What? Is it because I'm not handsome enough to attend the party with you?" "No, you're handsome. I'm just an assistant." "You are a unique beauty assistant." Little Pepper's heart started to burn after being teased by S.H.I.E.L.D., and she was a little at a loss. "I agree." "Then it's settled. I'll pick you up then." "Okay." Sui felt that he was very close to successfully poaching the wall. Just wait for the charity gala, seize this opportunity, it will definitely be a success. The two chatted in the living room, and Stark was finally done. Sue, what you want is finished, come down and get it. Sui felt slightly regretful. It seems that I have to go first. Goodbye, Pepper. Goodbye, Sue. Sui got up and quickly entered the underground studio. Tony, you are such a genius. Although Stark is very narcissistic, he also likes others to praise himself. However, Stark always has a feeling that Sui seems to use him as a tool. I know I'm a genius, and that's what you want. Also, I'm not your employee. Sui put his shoulders together. We are friends. I think you won't mind. Stark looked disgusted. Oh no, I don't like men. I only like beautiful women. You'd better stay away from me. I like pretty girls too. Thank you, Tony. I'll go back first. Something suddenly occurred to Stark. Wait. Anything else? Can you stop teleporting into my villa next time, okay? Sui also looked embarrassed. You know, it's very troublesome to teleport to the door and then come in. Stark had no choice but to complain. Damn super ability. I must find a way to stop him. Tony, let's face it, it's impossible. Stark was very helpless. Damn. Can you do whatever you want with a super ability? Obviously, people with super abilities can't do whatever they want, but they can come to you for help at any time. After Sui finished speaking, he turned and teleported away. Tony heard that Sui was joking. JRVIS, tell me, can I stop this B**************** D from teleporting into my studio? JRVIS quickly gave his answer. According to the current level of technology, there is no technology that can stop him. Stark was not discouraged. According to the current level of technology, the arc reactor could not be built, but he did it. When I figure out the principle of his super ability, I can think of a way to stop him. Stark decided to make the battle armor right away and put aside Sui's matter first. There is still time in the future. You can slowly collect data, analyze Sui's ability, and then make a special armor for Sui based on these data. The premise of these is to make the Mark II armor first. Sui teleported back home, took out Stark's instrument, and started scanning at home. After busying for a while, it was confirmed that there were really no bugs or cameras at home. However, Sui found that outside the villa, someone seemed to be spying on him. F***K, it should be someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. I told them not to leave bugs and cameras, and they sent someone to watch me nearby. Boiled egg, spiced egg, your conscience is greatly broken. Soo Ichiung could only close the curtains to avoid the prying eyes of these people. Contact Pepper first and ask for Phil Coulson's contact information. Soo-e couldn't take it anymore, so she asked Pepper for Phil Coulson's contact information and then asked Phil Coulson to send a message to Nick Fury. Forget it, wait a little longer. After a while, the people should be removed. Soo-e came to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of happy water. System, today's spoiler is supposed to have changed the character's fate. Why is there no benefit? The impact is ongoing, check it later. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff is back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for a solo report to Nick Fury. Nick Fury listened to the recording, lost in thought. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was established, it did absorb many Hydra scientists, and it is possible to be infiltrated by HYDRA. There is also the matter of aliens, which should be the Carol incident. There are magicians and gods in this world I don't even know. There is also the Avengers plan, and he actually knows about it. Nick Fury couldn't believe it. Soo-e knew too much. Now it seems that most of what he said is true. The Avengers plan must begin. Natasha Romanoff, go approach him and find a way to win him over to join the Avengers. By obtaining more information, see if you can find more powerful people to join the Avengers. Natasha Romanoff immediately agreed, yes. However, I hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. can help me investigate the current location information of the Red House. Soo-e finally got the settlement information, looking forward to the harvest this time. Ding, the host spoils the future information, changing the fate of many characters. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Yelena's fate has been changed. Get 5,000 fate points. The fate of Iron Man Tony Winter Soldier Bucky and Captain America Steven has been changed. Get 8,000 fate points. The fate of the Avengers, Red House, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D, and other organizations has been changed, and 20,000 fate points have been obtained. An extra chance to get a god-level lucky draw. Sui looked at the reward, and tears flowed from the corner of his mouth. System, are you kidding me? There are more than 30,000 fate points, and there are still 100 million fate points to get the god-level lottery chance. Isn't the reward too generous this time? Sui had been complaining about how little rewards the system had given before, but she never expected that this time she would get so many fate points just because of the spoiler. It seems quite reasonable. Too much important information has been spoiled this time, which will definitely affect the follow-up plot direction. Natasha Romanoff should think of a way to rescue Yelena as soon as possible, and then the two will be reunited. It has indeed changed the fate of the two. As for the grievances between the three S.H.I.E.L.D. Iron Soldiers, it is estimated that there will be a different direction at that time, and it should be difficult to develop into a civil war. Without the Avengers Alliance civil war, the Red House will be destroyed in advance, and the ending of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. is estimated to be quite different. It's also reasonable. Now, the most important thing is how to consume so many destiny points. More than 30,000 fate points can improve 3 basic attributes. If you go to the lottery, you can also draw 3 times. If you buy things in the mall, it seems that you can't buy any good things. Ding, it is detected that the host's fate point exceeds 10,000, and the discount mall is opened. Discount mall. Before, there were only 2 consumption methods. One was to buy goods in the mall, and the other was to draw prizes. However, buying items in the mall is really too expensive, so expensive that Sui has no interest in consumption at all. Discount mall, randomly refresh 10 items every month, with random discount strength. Great, let me see what's good. Item, Batmobile. Item, temporary compound number 5. Item, ability suppression handcuffs. Item, 10 kg Zulu metal. Ability, invisibility. Ability, Qilin arm. Ability, mind reading. Props, select a reminder card. Item, discount mall refresh coupon. Props, character template Deadshot. Sui looked at the 10 products in the discount mall, including items, abilities, and props. At a glance, they are all good things, and I want them all. It's just that the price, even with a discount, is still very expensive. The cheapest one is the Batmobile. After all, it is just a car, but the original price is 10,000 destiny points. Hit a 30% off, but also 7,000. Others cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Qilin arm, strengthening an arm under normal circumstances, the arm can exert 5 times the strength. If you use ability, it can exert 20 times the strength. Sui was just greedy and didn't buy it. Compared with these bells and whistles, Sui still prefers to improve her own attributes. As long as the attribute is strong enough, then he is a Superman. These 30,000 fate points should be used to improve strength, speed, and endurance. Another big boost, a wave of power injected into Suyi's body. This sense of power made Suyi's self-confidence skyrocket and even began to swell. What about Thanos? If you have the guts, come now and see if I can do it or not, and you're done. Sui also just swelled up a little bit, not to the point of conceit, and quickly calmed down. The Hulk in the movie has been weakened too badly, and the strength is estimated to be around a few hundred tons to 1,000 tons, which should be comparable to the current self. Hulk in the comics, that's just come here, as good as you want him to be. It's not yet clear how powerful Thanos is in this world. Anyway, it's still early, wait 2 years, and then deal with him. At that time, it won't be a matter of a set of military boxing. Sui put away his thoughts and set his sights on the God-level lottery draw. God-level lottery chance, worth 100 million destiny points. 100 million destiny points are enough to make your 6-dimensional attribute reach LV8. LV8, you can't be considered a god in the world, but can you be considered a small god in the world? System, can I exchange this lucky draw opportunity for 100 million destiny points? Cannot. The systematic answer made Sui a little depressed. Then it depends on luck. I hope luck can be better. Don't get a god-level lottery chance worth 100 million at that time, and draw a spicy chicken thing worth tens of thousands? Just as Sui was about to draw a lottery, the BG of Lucky Come automatically appeared in his mind. Song of the African Chief? Sui shook her head, trying to forget the song. It's just that the experience of drawing cards in the previous life was too painful, and this song can't be lingered at all. F***K, I still can't forget it. Forget it, life and death are destiny, wealth and honor are in the sky. System extract. Sui watched a treasure chest appear in front of him, and it burst into golden light instantly. Sui stared at the golden light in a daze, waiting patiently for the result. Congratulations on getting the item, 1 bottle of Water of Life. The Water of Life can prolong life by 20 years and greatly delay the aging time. It can save lives and heal the wounded. As long as you don't die, you can recover quickly. The most important thing is this is 1 bottle, 10 drops of Eau de Vie. A drop of Eau de Vie is worth 100 million, and a bottle is worth 1 billion. Sui couldn't bear it anymore and laughed wantonly. I knew it, I'm not an African chief. Old Malauding, you have committed such a heinous crime that you are simply not human. Sui has already started to think about the use of the Water of Life, and the beauties around her must give it to her. Western beauties age quickly, and once they start to age, their appearance will plummet. Just like the small peppers, there are 25 or 6 small peppers. It is almost past the peak of appearance, and in 2 or 3 years, the skin condition will seriously decline. Hey, who told me not to see a beauty in her old age? System, check personal information. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Sui. Age, 19. Fate point, 7,000. Intelligence, LV5. Power, LV5, 1,000 tons. Speed, LV5, Mach 3. Endurance, LV5. Spirit, LV4. Energy, LV4. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, wind blade, danger warning. Special items, symbiosis battle suit, 1 bottle of Water of Life. Special props, none. Strong, powerful, but not invincible. The speed is fast enough, but it can't fly, which is a bit embarrassing. The stamina reaches LV5, and the defense and recovery ability are greatly improved. However, it is still dangerous to be shot at a vulnerable part. The strength improved again, and Sui became more confident. I don't have a superhero or supervillain standing on the surface, and I'm almost invincible. This feeling is really good. After Sui counted the harvest, she immediately prepared dinner. Because of the sudden appearance of Natasha Romanoff, there was a lot of delay. In a blink of an eye, on the night of the charity gala, Sui wore a newly bought suit and drove to pick up Pepper. Pepper also wore a long purple dress, waiting for Sui by the side of the road, looking very beautiful. It's a pity that I can't do cupping. Sui stopped by the side of the road. Hey beauty, do you need a ride? When Pepper saw Sui, he smiled. I think I need it. Can you take me to the hotel? Definitely okay. Please get in the car. Pepper sat in the co-pilot's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Pepper, I can't believe it. Usually, you always wear formal clothes, and you already look very beautiful. Unexpectedly, you are even more beautiful now in a formal dress. Pepper was praised by Sui, but she was still a little shy, really? I've never worn such a dress. Before, I was worried that the back would open too much. I think it's so beautiful. You think it will attract everyone's attention. If you were my girlfriend, I would definitely try to prevent other men from looking at you. Pepper has gradually fallen, and he doesn't know how to deal with Sui's offensive, so he has to change the subject. Sue, I think you should go. No problem. Sui set off with Pepper, all the way to the outside of the hotel. This place has been booked out and many people have been invited. The charity gala is said to be for charity, but in fact these celebrities are socializing and discussing business. With the help of Sui, Pepper got out of the car, took Sui's arm, and entered the hotel. At this moment, the charity gala was quite lively, and Sui also saw Obadiah. Obadiah looks not too different from the movie, very scheming and ability. Obadiah was also talking to other people, but suddenly noticed Sui and Pepper. Pepper is Tony's assistant. Sui has an oriental face, and Obadiah has never seen it. When Sui and Pepper came to the bar to order 2 glasses of wine, Obadiah appeared. Pepper. Sir, what's the matter? Is Tony coming tonight? I'm not sure either. When I left, he was still busy in the underground studio and asked me not to disturb him. According to the normal situation, he should not appear. Okay then, who is this? Pepper immediately introduced. He is Sui, Mr. Su. Mr. Su bought a lot of shares when the company's stock plummeted, and now he owns 14 shares. Sui stretched out his right hand, neither humble nor overbearing. Hi, Mr. Obadiah. Nice to meet you. I have been looking for an opportunity to invest in Stark Industries, but the stock price is too high. This time, I finally seized this opportunity. I think Stark Industries will definitely rise again, right? Obadiah is also extremely confident. Definitely, if you believe in Stark Industries, we will work hard to repay it. It's just that Tony announced the closure of the weapons department, and it will take some time to rise. I know, I trust Tony. He's a genius. He's sure to figure out a way out of trouble. Obadiah was very upset, but he had nothing to do with Sui. Sui now holds 14 shares and is no longer a minority shareholder. Obadiah looked at the close relationship between Sui and Pepper and even suspected that Sui was supported by Tony. Originally, he could still influence the board of directors, and he could remove Tony as the executive president at that time. But now, the appearance of Sui made his plan uncontrollable. If Sui favors Tony, his plan to oust Tony may be difficult to realize. Yes, we'll take care of the trouble. After a few brief chats, Obadiah turned and left with an ugly expression on his face. Now, normal means can no longer solve the problem, only some unconventional means can be used. Tony, let you die by your own design. This company has poured all my heart and soul into it. It is my company. After seeing off Obadiah, Sui also took a break. Pepper, let's go to the dance floor. Pepper hesitated slightly and agreed, okay. The two came to the center of the dance floor and became dancing partners very naturally, shaking slowly here while chatting. Pepper, are you Tony's woman? Pepper was shocked and immediately denied it. No, I'm just his assistant. Tony is a playboy. How could he miss you, a beauty? I don't know. The beauties around him are obviously prettier than me. Maybe I'm not his type and he's not my type. Is he not your type? Yeah, he's my boss. I don't want to be thought that I got to the top by shady means. And, in my opinion, Tony is totally immature. He's a genius with a tragic past. Lots of quirks and can't take care of himself. In these years, I have taken care of him like a younger brother, or rather, I am just his nanny. Sui defended Tony. Maybe it will feel like this, but I believe that he has begun to change himself now. He will mature and begin to take on his own responsibilities. Perhaps. Sui decided to strike while the iron was hot and continued to draw the relationship between the two closer. And me, am I your type? Pepper flustered for a moment, and her dance steps deviated, stepping on Sui. Pepper immediately realized the problem and stopped. I'm sorry, I need to calm down. I'm going to the balcony to blow some air. It's okay. Pepper and Sui came to the balcony first, and it was still a little difficult for Pepper to face Sui. Sui didn't continue to ask, do you want something to drink? I'll get it for you. Vodka martini, no water, extra olives. Hold on. Sui left, and Pepper couldn't help but look at Sui's face. Oh shit, this is so embarrassing. He's several years younger than me. Pepper, why are you blushing? Are you really moved? However, Su is handsome, mature and stable, completely different from Tony. Pepper let the wind blow his face and finally calmed down a little. Sui also came back with 2 glasses of wine. Pepper, the wine you want. Thanks. Pepper drank it down in one gulp, relieved her breath, and mustered up her courage. Su, I have something to tell you. Just say it, I'd love to listen. Su, you are excellent and very attractive to me. However, you are younger than me, so I find it hard to accept. Sui took the initiative to hug Pepper, and the two became closer. It's not a problem, I like you. Pepper froze, staring at Sui. The two looked at each other. The atmosphere gradually heated up, and a different kind of affection emerged. Sui lowered her head and kissed Pepper. Just at this moment, an untimely voice came, "Oh, karmas. Sue, are you poaching my corner?" After Tony made the battle armor, he took a test flight. As a result, due to icing problems, it fell and almost had an accident. After solving this problem, Tony noticed the charity gala thing. Obviously, I am the host, but I am not there. How can I do it? Tony washed up, changed his clothes, and drove a luxury car to the scene. After several rounds, I found Pepper and Sue on the balcony. Pepper was interrupted and flustered. I'm going to get a glass of wine. Tony, Pepper is just your assistant. Can't she have a relationship and a life of her own? Tony didn't object. Yeah, I definitely support Pepper having her own life, but I feel like you and Pepper are totally incompatible. Thanks for the advice, Tony, but I think Pepper and I are a good fit. Sue intends to go after Pepper. Tony does not intend to continue to persuade, but is going to show off his armor to Sue. At this time, Tony was stopped halfway. "Tony Stark, I actually met you here." Tony looked at the woman in front of him and seemed to have a little impression, but he couldn't remember the name. After thinking for a while, Tony tried a name, Carly. Christine, newspaper reporter. After a brief chat between the two, Christine took out a few photos. The photos showed that their own weapons were sold again, and they were sold to members of the Ten Rings gang. These gangsters are using these weapons to commit crimes and injure innocent people. Tony was extremely angry. Obviously, he had ordered the closure of the arms department and ended the arms trade. However, this batch of weapons was still sold to these inhuman gangsters. Even, this place of suffering is called Kumala. Tony remembered that Ethan was from Kumala and his family was brutally murdered by gangsters. Now, Ethan lives here and communicates with himself occasionally. If Ethan knew that Kumala was in the midst of war and was being attacked by bandits, Ethan would definitely be very sad. When was this filmed? Yesterday. I do not have permission to transport. Your company approves. I'm not my company. At this moment, Tony realized that what Sue said might be true. In the company, someone betrayed him, and this person was most likely Obadiah. Originally, he ordered the closure of the weapons department, and now such a thing is still happening. It is not difficult to imagine that someone must have approved these weapons behind his back. Tony took the photo, left without looking back, and went to find Obadiah. Near the bar, Sue and Pepper were drinking together and saw the picture of Tony being stopped by Christine. I remember her, one of Tony's ex-girlfriends, was a reporter. It seems that Tony's vision is not particularly good. I think you are more beautiful. Pepper was very happy to hear Sue's compliment. Tony was not very happy, took the photo and left, and found Obadiah who was being interviewed. After chasing away the nearby reporters and no outsiders disturbing him, Tony drove straight in and asked questions. Do you know these pictures? Do you know what happened in the small town of Kumala? Obadiah saw that Tony knew the truth and didn't hide it. Tony, you can't be so naive. Tony was furious, feeling cheated and betrayed. Even though Sue had told him before, at this moment, he really realized how painful it is to be betrayed. Tony suppressed his anger and said, I used to be naive. They said, we don't cross the line, we just do business. We're two-faced in secret, aren't we? Obadiah's face was stern. Hearing Tony's questioning, he also knew that he had to do something. Or, it's Tony stepping down. Either that, Obadiah leaves Stark Industries, or even goes to jail. Obadiah has already made a decision. If it fails, it will succeed. Looking at the nearby reporters, Obadiah flinched. Tony, let's take a photo together. The two appeared to be brothers and stood in front of the reporter to take pictures. Obadiah also took the opportunity to whisper his thoughts. Tony, who do you think is crowding you out? I filed the restraining order against you. Only in this way can I protect you. After speaking, Obadiah left without looking back, leaving only Tony standing there, looking at Obadiah's figure, as if he had been abandoned. Tony has already determined that the mastermind behind all this is Obadiah. Watching Obadiah's figure leave, Tony also made up his mind. Without staying too long, Tony also left the scene of the charity gala. Pepper was a little anxious when he saw Christine came back, but Tony was nowhere to be seen. Tony appears to be missing. There must be something important to go back. Pepper found that it was getting late. Sue, it's getting late. I think I'm going back. Okay, I'll see you off. Sue sent Pepper home, and Pepper was about to go back. At this moment, she was still very nervous. Do you want to keep Sue, or just let Sue go back? Seeing that Pepper was in trouble, Sue took the initiative to hug Pepper. Good night, Pepper. Pepper immediately calmed down, and as the two men met their eyes, the situation began to get out of hand. Seeing that the car was about to fail to stop, Pepper came back to his senses. Sue, that's enough. I'm just not ready. Seeing Pepper's flustered and nervous expression, Sue didn't choose to force it. Sue knew that if she continued, she might be able to stay overnight. However, Sue is not in a hurry. Sooner or later it will be her own, and she cannot escape. It's okay. You can do it any time when you're ready. Thank you, Sue. Good night, Pepper. Good night. Watching Pepper go home, Sue returned to her home. Looking back on tonight's experience, it was really only a little bit close. Hey, what's going on here? It's almost there. Mary Jane asks the death question at the last minute, and Pepper isn't ready. I deserve it for co-authoring, right? Sue took a cold shower and fell asleep comfortably. Only at this time, Tony was busy in the underground studio. On the computer, the news was playing that the town of Kumala was being attacked by bandits. Tony even saw a familiar face on the news. Full of rage and redemption, Tony did the last job. JRVIS, play the music, assemble the armor. Tony stood there, and JRVIS manipulated the mechanical arm and began to help Tony put on the iron armor. Accompanied by dynamic music, the Mark III armor was finally fully dressed. Finally, the mask is closed. JRVIS. Yes, sir. It's time to strike. Energy was emitted from the soles of the feet and hands, and the steel battle armor took off directly, flew out of the villa, and flew into the distance. Ron Man strikes out and takes out the bandits of the Ten Rings gang. On the way back, he had a random fight with the plane and damaged one plane. Finally, successfully returned to the villa. Just when he was taking off his armor, Pepper noticed because of the excessive noise. Seeing Tony like this, Pepper was stunned. Tony, what have you been doing? Are those bullet holes? Tony didn't explain, and Pepper didn't ask. Ethan is here to find you. Pepper, entertain Ethan for me, I'll be right there. Ethan also saw the news about the town of Kumala and ran over to chat with Tony. After all, it was also Ethan's hometown. He didn't expect Tony to stop this, he just hoped Tony could actually solve the problem of the proliferation of weapons. As long as this problem is solved, at least a lot of people can be saved. Ethan, I haven't seen you for a few days. Tony. Tony also knew the purpose of Ethan's visit. Did you see the news about the town of Kumala? Yes, I saw it. Tony hurriedly explained, I didn't sell those weapons. Ethan and Tony have also been together for more than 2 months, so they naturally trust Tony. I know you didn't do it, and I know you're the only one with the ability to stop this from happening. Tony was dead serious, I'll do it. I've already been to the small town of Kumala. I cleared out the bandits there and destroyed all Stark industrial weapons. Next, I will guarantee that there will be no more weapons from Stark Industries sold. Tony had already realized what Obadiah was doing behind his back, so naturally he couldn't tolerate it. The next best way is to announce Obadiah's crimes. Kicking Obadiah out of the company and regaining control of the company himself will prevent the sale of weapons. I trust you, Tony. The two are in the cave, sharing weal and woe, and their relationship is still very good. Tony didn't intend to hide it either, so he took Ethan to the basement and showed Ethan his steel armor. The two drank together and played chess together. Tony has already made a plan for Pepper to help steal Obadiah's secrets from the company. As long as the evidence is obtained, Obadiah can be kicked out of the company. But what he didn't expect was that Obadiah planned to kill him. Last time, if it wasn't for the greed of the Ten Rings gang, who wanted Tony to help make weapons, Tony would have been gone. Now, Obadiah is quietly manufacturing armor. The battle armor is progressing very quickly, and it has basically been completed. However, there is still a big problem, and that is energy. Other scientists from Stark Industries couldn't create a small arc reactor at all. All the development seems to return to the plot. Pepper helped Tony get Obadiah's evidence, so Obadiah had to implement the plan ahead of time. After Pepper got the evidence, he found that Obadiah seemed to have sent someone to follow him. In a panic, Pepper contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. was finishing get out of class. When she saw the phone call, she immediately answered it. "Hello, Pepper." "Sue, what should I do?" "Stanley, he contacted the bandits from the 10 Ring Gang and kidnapped Tony. I got the evidence and I'm going to the sheriff. But he seems to have sent someone to chase me and I don't know what to do." S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately realized that things had gone awry. Phil Coulson, who was supposed to be waiting for Tony at the company, was gone, and no one could protect Pepper. "I want to go find you now. After you hang up, contact Phil Coulson immediately, and they will send someone to protect you. Sue, hurry up. I'll be there as soon as possible." S.H.I.E.L.D. also wants to teleport there, but now that Pepper is driving, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't locate it. In addition, it can only rely on speed. S.H.I.E.L.D. can now travel 3 times the speed of sound, but cannot fly. If you run on the ground, it is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will become a locomotive. Then I can only change the way, put on the symbiote battle suit, and then learn how little Spider-Man swings over. "Peter, I have to leave for a while. After class, you can tell the teacher. I'm not feeling well. I might come back later." Without saying a word, S.H.I.E.L.D. left the classroom, found a remote place, and teleported to the Golden Gate Bridge. Then, he turned into a spider bully and set off towards Manhattan. "Obadiah, woman who dares to touch me, you're drenched in shit." Obadiah naturally doesn't have to do it himself, and now Obadiah has more important things to do. Came to District 16 to check the progress of the iron armor, but learned that the arc reactor could not be made. Obadiah had a second thought and turned his attention to Tony. "I can't build a reactor myself, but Tony has one ready-made. Isn't prostitution good?" Making up his mind, Obadiah drove to Stark's villa and started the prostitution plan. S.H.I.E.L.D. finally arrived at the place and saw the scene in front of her. The 3 cars directly turned into road killers, rampaging on the road. Pepper's vehicle was constantly being hit, and the shapeshifting had been damaged. "What?" Pepper panicked, but he could only dodge as much as possible to keep the vehicle from being knocked over. However, another collision came, and the vehicle finally lost control and was about to overturn. With cold eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. moved quickly and rushed over. With his own strength, he easily lifted Pepper's vehicle. Seeing this scene, Pepper was immediately relieved. However, one of the cars saw S.H.I.E.L.D. appearing suddenly, stepped on the accelerator, and rammed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. "Bump me? What are you thinking?" S.H.I.E.L.D. kicked it over as if the whole car hit an extremely solid wall. The compression mode was turned on directly. Originally, it was 3 meters long, but the result of this compression is estimated to have shrunk by half. S.H.I.E.L.D. put down the vehicle and did not rescue Pepper first, but resolved the threat first. There are 2 cars left, so naturally they can't escape. The 2 wind blades slashed across, cutting the 2 cars in half with incomparable precision, without hurting the innocent at all. The people in the car were shocked when they saw the scene. Is this really human? In panic, he could only take out his pistol and empty the magazine directly. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not dodge or dodge, blocking all the bullets. Even a few missed bullets were caught by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s battlesuit. "What kind of monster is this? Don't come here. Help." Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not let these 2 people go, stretched out his hand, and the symbiote battlesuit turned into a cobweb, grabbed them directly, and pulled them back easily. Looking at these 2 people, S.H.I.E.L.D. only hated that she didn't have Ghost Rider's eye of judgment, otherwise she would just say, "Look into my eyes. Who told you to do this?" Both of them were obviously outlaws, and although they were scared, they still didn't say anything. "We don't know anything. Do you think we're afraid of you? You monster." Seeing that there was no result, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't bother to ask anymore. Obadiah must have found it, and it is always right to settle accounts with Obadiah. "Remember my name, Spider Bully. If I find you doing evil again, I will make you feel fear." Just controlled the 2, and then rescued Pepper. "It's okay, someone will come to deal with it soon. I will withdraw first." Pepper did not reveal S.H.I.E.L.D.'s identity, but watched S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly disappear from sight, and S.H.I.E.L.D. teleported away. S.H.I.E.L.D. went back to school, pretending to have a stomachache, and came back late. Fortunately, the teacher didn't ask any further questions and let S.H.I.E.L.D. into the classroom. Pepper waited until the arrival of Phil Coulson, in addition to Phil Coulson and George Stacy. George Stacy wanted to take people away, but was stopped by Phil Coulson and others. Spider bully? What the hell? Watching Phil Coulson and others leave, I can only deal with the scene. The appearance of the spider bully immediately became the focus of discussion, especially in this era when smartphones have become ubiquitous. Soo-yi's action has been fully filmed and posted on the internet. God, did you see that? He actually lifted a car. Is this really something a human can do? His clothes can still change. It looks so scary. It's just amazing. Why is it called a spider bully? I think he is a total hero, superhero. I just want to ask, how did he leave? He disappeared all of a sudden. Some were amazed, and some were questioned. There are all kinds of people on the internet, and it has never been possible to summarize them all in one type. How could there be such a person in this world? Obviously, the video is fake. Fake news. This is fake news. I suspect it's magic. This must be a special effect. As a 10-year sci-fi movie audience, I can only say that such special effects are very ordinary. I suspect it was produced by a comic company. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, and the students in the Get Out of class also saw this video after class and joined the discussion. Soo-yi didn't care about these things at all, and finally waited until the Get Out of class was over and immediately contacted Pepper. Pepper, are you okay now? Pepper's condition has improved a lot. I'm fine. Phil Coulson, and they got the evidence. We will go to the Stark building soon and prepare to arrest Obadiah. Soo-yi is full of question marks at this time. Is he still going to the Stark building to arrest people? No wonder, in the movie, the evidence was clearly obtained in the morning, but it turned out that the two could fight at night. For such a long time in between, did Phil Coulson and the others go to drink coffee? Or is the 16th district too far away and always on the road? But Obadiah obviously went to Tony's house and returned to District 16, which is outrageous. You think he's in the Stark building now? We don't know where he is now, so we can only search one by one. First the building, then his home. Soo-yi understood. I think you should go to District 16 first and dispose of the battle armor he made. I'm afraid he will be cornered, so I will fight to the death. Pepper checked with Phil Coulson and others, and sure enough, Obadiah was no longer in the company. Obadiah is not in the company anymore. We are going to the 16th district now. Soo-yi suddenly thought of something. Pepper, have you told Tony about Obadiah? Pepper froze for a moment. I was attacked before, and then I was with Phil Coulson and the others. I completely forgot about it. Soo-yi said hastily, Obadiah can't make the arc reactor, so he will definitely grab Tony's reactor. Pepper likes Soo-yi now, but she has also been with Tony for so many years. What's more, Tony is still her boss, so she was a little worried when she heard the news. Walter? Then what should I do? Is it too late to remind him now? Should I contact Rhodes and ask him to check on Tony's situation? Forget it, let me go, my speed is faster. Then leave it to you. Pepper, stay safe. I will. Soo-yi made a calculation. Based on this calculation, Tony is going to be robbed of the arc reactor. Soo-yi was right. Obadiah had already snatched the arc reactor and left. Tony was temporarily paralyzed and took 10 minutes to recover. After several minutes now, Tony was barely able to move. However, without the protection of the arc reactor, Tony knew that his life was in danger. The reactor must be replaced as soon as possible, otherwise, life is still in danger. Difficult to come to the underground studio to replace the spare reactor. However, as soon as they got to the basement, they saw Soo-yi teleporting in front of him. Oh great, Tony Stark, it looks like you need my help. Seeing Soo-yi appearing, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. This time you suddenly appeared in my villa, I forgive you. Is it just forgiveness? Shouldn't it be gratitude? While talking, Soo-yi had already brought the arc reactor and replaced it for Tony. Tony finally felt better. I feel better, thank you, Sue. Obadiah should go to District 16. He also has a suit of armor. Put on your armor and defeat him. This is your battle. Also, protect Pepper and don't let her get hurt. Tony was also extremely confident. JRVS, help me put on my armor. You're right, this is my fight. Soo-yi chose to believe in Tony. She had to go back to school after all. It should be fine. Sui returned to the classroom, and the content of the discussion in the classroom was still the spider bully. Betty was extremely excited. Sue, have you seen the news about the spider bully? I saw a little. What's the matter? Do you think the spider bully is a hero? It's a hero. Betty was also very happy. We have the same idea, but the Daily Bugle actually said that the spider bully is a bad guy. It's simply too hateful. The Daily Bugle? Sui suddenly became interested. Can you let me see? Definitely can. Sui moved closer and saw the contents of the Daily Bugle. It doesn't matter if you look at it. You can see that person at a glance, the #1 black fan of Spider-Man, the boss of the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah James. In the comics and movies, reports are often used to discredit Spider-Man. Even, he is very stingy and often deducts Peter's fees. So much so that after Peter blackened, he just went to him to get back his original salary. Now he's reporting on his best, Spider Bully. Not surprisingly, this spider bully himself will also be hacked by him. Sui watched the video, and sure enough, Spider Bully is not a superhero. His appearance has caused a lot of bad influence. He's not the hero of this city. Sui felt a little helpless. The boss of the Bugle Daily really could blackmail anything. Forget it. Don't bother with him. Anyway, I won't always use the Spider Bully vest. Betty was a little sad. I originally planned to apply for a job at the Bugle Daily after graduation, but I didn't expect him to be such a newspaper. Then just change to another newspaper office. I believe you will definitely find a better newspaper office. Betty is very happy to be encouraged by Sui. Thank you, Sue. You are very kind. You are a good person. You are always an inspiration to me. Here, he was issued a good person card. Sui also accepted it frankly and even joked with Betty. Betty, you know how nice you are. You're a nice guy. What do you mean? Is there any other meaning in the East? That's right. When girls reject a boy's confession, they usually say, "Thank you. You're a good person, but we are not suitable." Betty hurriedly explained, "I don't want to reject you. I mean, if it were you, I wouldn't say no to you." Seeing Betty's flustered look, Sui comforted, "It's okay, Betty. I know what you mean, so I accept the good card you sent me." Sui teased Betty a bit, and she was in a good mood. Looking at it like this, he can take Betty first. On the other side, Tony attacked in his battle armor and came to District 16 to have a big fight with Obadiah's Iron King. The time of the battle was advanced, from evening to near noon. The battle between the two sides came from the 16th district to the streets outside. Passing vehicles suffered and were forced into combat. Although Tony tried his best to control the situation, Obadiah had gone into a frenzy and didn't care about it at all. The unscrupulous attack caused damage and even casualties. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Tony could only choose to outsmart. After a fierce battle, Tony chose to detonate the giant arc reactor in Area 16 and killed Obadiah's Iron King. It's just that this kind of battle movement is too huge, and it has a greater impact than Sui's appearance. Phil Coulson watched the scene after the war and knew something deeply and probably couldn't hide it. Sure enough, the news media rushed over after hearing the news, wanting to get first-hand news. Outside the 16th district, a large circle of reporters quickly gathered around and started reporting. "Hi everyone, I am a reporter from XX Media. Just now, in the industrial park of Stark Industries, a big battle took place here. According to the pedestrians passing by, the battle is between two steel robots. The battle caused huge amounts of damage to nearby streets, as well as the Stark Industrial Park. We have reason to suspect that these two steel robots are products of Stark Industries. Now, the battle is over, but the cause and course of the incident are currently unknown, and we will continue to investigate." Next, we will play a video recorded by a passerby. All media newspapers in the same situation began to report on this matter. This incident quickly replaced Spider Bully as the new trending search. After Tony beat Obadiah, he also knew that the word had spread. Next, it is natural to deal with this matter and resolve the rumors from the outside world. Soon, Phil Coulson gave an idea, held a press conference, and made a clarification. In short, it is to let Tony disassociate himself from this incident. Rhodes also came to the scene. As a military member of the Beacon Country, Rhodes also urgently contacted his superiors. Come forward to make a clarification? It seems that's the only way. In the vehicle, Tony glanced briefly at the draft that Phil Coulson and others had temporarily prepared for him. Soon, he arrived outside the 16th district, and under the watchful eyes of a group of reporters, he appeared in the sight of everyone. It's as if Tony didn't know about it at all, and came here to deal with it entirely because something happened. Tony appeared and was immediately surrounded by reporters. As the driver and bodyguard, Harpy immediately stopped the reporters to ensure Tony's safety. Several agents brought by Phil Coulson also acted as bodyguards to maintain order at the scene. Tony Stark, what do you want to say about this incident? Is the steel robot the latest product of Stark Industries? Will Stark Industries compensate for the damage caused by this incident? Question after question was thrown like a bombardment, and Tony couldn't hold it anymore. Everyone, there will be answers you want. Please be quiet. Regarding this incident, I can only say that since I came back, due to physical factors, I have been recuperating at home. Attended a charity gala last night and left soon. You don't want to say I did this, do you? Tony stood in front of the reporters and said a lot. The reporters also kept asking, wanting to know more information. Phil Coulson also seemed to feel that it was almost done, and he was going to let Pepper take Tony away, explaining that it was almost done here. For the next thing, Tony only needs to deal with the compensation and leave everything else to S.H.I.E.L.D and the military. Pepper quietly came to Tony's side. It's almost there. Just promise to make compensation, and that's it. Tony has also been hesitation and finally chose to announce. The fact is that there are many potential threats in this world, and it is difficult for ordinary people to deal with. Therefore, this world needs superheroes. I am the hero in the iron armor, Ironin. Tony Stark. One sentence shocked all journalists and media. The scene suddenly boiled, and all the reporters rushed up, ready to ask for more information. However, Tony left the scene under the cover of the agent and others. The major reporters and newspapers frantically reported on this incident and immediately suppressed the news of the spider bully. Spider bully? What the hell? You know, in this world, in this city, Tony Stark is the well-deserved top class. Even those top movie stars are not as popular as Tony. Tony announced in public that he was Iron Man, and the news naturally swept the internet immediately. Wang Defa, Tony Stark is Iron Man? I don't believe that a playboy can be a good superhero. I think a person like the Captain can become a real hero. That's right, the superhero in my mind must be someone like the Captain. I have to say, this mecha looks so cool. I also hope to have a mecha. A man's romance is a mecha. At school, everyone is discussing this matter. Sue and Betty and others, Peter and Ned and others are also discussing what happened today. Fatty Ned was extremely excited. Peter, did you see that? Tony Stark is going to be a superhero. It's just crazy. That battle armor is simply too handsome. If I had money, I would also like to build a set of such battle armor. The current media reporters must have gone crazy. Peter was also excited, but a little better than Ned. I saw. Ned continued to ask, Peter, you don't seem to be very energetic recently. What's the matter? I saw some relics left by my father. Ned thought Peter was thinking about others and immediately comforted him. Are you okay? Peter also recovered. It's okay. Wait next week, after our visit to the Osborne industry. Shall we hang out and relax? Peter just wanted to agree, but when he thought about what he was investigating, he refused again. I might have something to do. Okay then. Nick Fury closes the video at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Tony Stark, do you really think you are the savior of this world? Voluntarily acknowledging that you are Iron Man definitely makes a big difference. It seems that superheroes' affairs and plans can no longer be concealed. Sue refused to join the Avengers because S.H.I.E.L.D was infiltrated by HYDRA. But it is good news that he will choose to help when necessary. Hydra, it's really hard to handle. Thinking of this, Chief Braised Egg felt a little migraine. In Manhattan, a blind man stopped and listened to Tony Stark's official, I am Iron Man words. On the side, the friend next to him continued, Matt, are you also interested in that playboy Tony Stark? These two are none other than Daredevil Matt Murdock and his friend Virginia Nelson. The two partnered to open a law firm called Murdoch and Nielsen LLP. It's just that I haven't found a suitable apartment as an office space yet, and I'm looking for an apartment now. Matt didn't speak, and Fergie sighed. If we can be as rich as him, maybe we don't have to run around looking for cheap apartments. However, I believe that our law firm will definitely get better and better. Matt replied absently, yeah, it's going to get better. The two had no choice but to continue looking for low-cost apartments, but such apartments are hard to find in this Manhattan area. After a busy day, Matt returned to his rented apartment, recalling Tony Stark's words, he couldn't leave for a long time. Matt was blind and in the dark, and he could live with that. It's just that when he discovered that the entire Manhattan area, the entire city, was shrouded in darkness. Under that darkness, countless evils were bred and even reached the point of being everywhere. Matt can no longer sit back and watch. As a lawyer, he can try his best to do something. In addition, he felt that his ability might also be brought into play. When night fell, Matt came to the church, prayed, and confessed to the priest. When Matt leaves the church, a hero who walks in the dark, Daredevil, is born. At night, Matt heard a cry for help in the distance and chased all the way to the pier. Several gangsters captured some women and planned to sell them as goods. These people are Matt's goals. Matt jumped down from the container and fought several gangsters. Appearing unexpectedly and then relying on his powerful fighting skills, Matt easily brought down several gangsters. It's just that the gangsters in this city can easily get weapons. Matt, who was unarmed, was obviously at a disadvantage, but fortunately, he was agile and relying on cover. Matt easily killed all the gangsters. Although he didn't kill them, Matt didn't hold back when dealing with these gangsters, and the attack was still very heavy. Looking at the woman in the container, Matt exhorted, "Run away and call the police." When the women saw Matt appearing, they breathed a sigh of relief and were finally saved. "Thank you." The women were about to flee when Matt heard a slight movement behind him and some gangsters were about to shoot. For ordinary people, the gun is fast if it is 7 steps away. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. But Matt is no ordinary person. Within 7 steps, he was faster than the gangster's gun. When the opponent just raised his hand, Matt had already grabbed the opponent's arm. An easy set of combos to defuse the threat of guns. Afterwards, the person was pushed to the ground, and the output was output. One of the women in the container boldly raised her head and saw the gangsters who were knocked down by Matt in front of her. Matt deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Get out of here quickly." Watching these women flee, Matt also chose to leave, disappearing into the darkness. The victims were rescued and several bandits were caught. This was something to be happy about, but George couldn't be happier. What the hell is going on in this world? First a spider bully who can lift a car, then a playboy who turns into Iron Man, and at night there is a masked man in autumn clothes. Autumn clothes man? These masked people, they can't do this. I must find out their true colors and bring them back. George was sullen and continued to drink his coffee. The next day, King of Hell's Kitchen, Gene Bing, also got the news. If someone sabotages his business, he can still accept it and send someone to retaliate and it's over. However, it was Daredevil who appeared last night, not an ordinary person. Superhero. No matter who it is, it can't stop my business. These superheroes must be disposed of. With them around, our business will definitely be affected. Gene Bin was calm on the surface, but in fact he was extremely angry inside. He can feel how much impact the appearance of these superheroes will have. Tony Stark was okay. He was a playboy and a superhero in the public eye, so he probably wouldn't affect him. But this Daredevil, choosing to act at night, fights crime. You must know that in the whole city, the source of all crimes can basically have nothing to do with Gene. Daredevil exists for a day, and it may affect a single business. How can Gene Bin tolerate the existence of Daredevil? Strengthen your defenses and find this person. I want to know, who is he? I want to let him know what will happen if he offends me. James Wesley next to Gene Bin said immediately, I will send someone to deal with it. Leave it to you, I am very relieved. The story of Daredevil also appeared in the newspaper. There were too many lively events in the past 2 days, and the netizens couldn't stop eating melons. First there was the sudden appearance of the spider bully, then there was Iron Man, and now there is a man in fall clothes that dazzles the eye. Betty is also a loyal person who eats melons. What's wrong with this world? There are so many strange people appearing one after another. Could something big happen? Who knows? Do you remember what Tony Stark said? He said that there are many potential threats in this world. Are these threats coming? Could it be that the end of the world is coming? How is it possible? You don't really believe the rumors of the end of the world in 2012, do you? More and more people are discussing, definitely, more and more deviate from the original event, and various outrageous claims have also begun to appear. The end of the world is coming. Tony Stark is the savior. In fact, all of this is the conspiracy of those politicians. Betty looked at Sui, who was passing by, and said, "Hello, Sue. Have you heard about Choi Man? The man in autumn clothes?" This is it. Sui read the news and knew that the man in autumn clothes was Daredevil. Sue, tell me, the sudden appearance of so many strange people is because something big is about to happen? Sui froze for a moment. I don't know, maybe. It's the beginning of a new era. A new era? The superhero era. Betty was still a little puzzled, but Sui didn't explain too much, but just went back to her seat and read the news. Daredevil appears and Spider-Man is about to be born. I don't know how many people are hiding in the darkness, ready to move. Suyi's conjecture is correct. Someone has already started to act. With the appearance of Iron Man, people began to study the technology of armor. Hammer Group and many technology companies are ready to follow suit to create armor. Anton Vank watched the news about Tony Stark and started researching the arc reactor. Norman Osborn contacted Otto to prepare to study nuclear energy, a small and controllable nuclear energy like the arc reactor. In a certain research base, Bruce Banner is going to use gamma rays to complete super serum. A new era has begun, and Tony is busy again. Obadiah is dead, and Tony is back in charge of Stark Industries. Although other boards of directors have opinions, they cannot stop them. It's just that it was Obadiah who managed the company before, and now it must be Tony who manages the company. This is too much trouble for the Playboy Tony. After much deliberation, Tony decided to appoint Pepper as the CEO of Stark Industries to manage the entire company. To this end, Tony also found a good excuse to research new products by himself. The clean energy produced by arc reactor is just one of the development directions. However, this project alone is not enough, and other products are needed. For this reason, Pepper had no choice but to take up the post and become the CEO of Stark Industries, starting a busy life. Suyi's life has not changed much. She goes to school as usual and develops relationships with several beauties. Also, wait for a tour of Osborn Industries. Sui was going to manipulate and let the spider bite Gwen too. In this way, Gwen can also obtain super abilities. After school, Gwen planned to go to the library to study, and Sui followed suit. Gwen, shall we go to the library together? Okay, I happen to have some questions I want to ask you. No problem. During this time, Sui drank coffee with Mary Jane, went to see Betty dance, and studied with Gwen. Gwen also found that Sui looked lazy and didn't study hard, but she was actually a genius. She has some knowledge that she doesn't understand, but Sui can easily explain it to her. Sui is sunny and handsome. With good conduct and knowledge, Gwen has already been tempted. All it takes is one chance, one confession, and Sui can take down Gwen. The two studied in the library until it was getting dark. It's getting late. I have to go home. Let's go together. The two left the library and school together, preparing to go home separately. Sui and Gwen parted at the school gate, but vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that someone was spying on him secretly. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D have been evacuated. Who else is spying on me? Could it be H.I.E.L.D? Sui was not afraid and said goodbye to Gwen as usual. Good night, Gwen. See you tomorrow. Sui watched Gwen leave, only to find that this feeling disappeared. What's the meaning? Sui didn't think much about it and was ready to go home. Along the way, Sui was thinking about the feeling brought about by the danger warning, so his pace naturally slowed down a lot. It seems something is wrong, and I can't figure out what's wrong. Hey, With Superman's super hearing and supervision, none of this would be a problem. If someone is spying on you secretly, you can easily find him. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go home. Sui walked another distance and suddenly thought of a possibility. Thinking of this, Sui suddenly felt bad. Could it be that it's not me that someone is spying on, but Gwen? Sui hurriedly turned her head, ran all the way back to the school gate, but didn't feel that way. Then continued chasing Gwen. Sui didn't dare to run faster, but just kept running at a normal speed. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to contact Gwen. Gwen was walking home, wearing earphones and listening to music, when she suddenly received a call from Sui. Hey, Sue, what's the matter? Gwen, are you okay now? Gwen was a little puzzled and didn't understand why Sui asked such a question. I'm fine, what's the problem? You should be on your way home now. Where have you been? Did you find anyone following you? Gwen couldn't believe it. What? Sue, what do you mean? I suspect you may be being followed. You'd better be careful. Gwen still didn't believe it, but soon, Gwen also discovered something was wrong. As the daughter of Sergeant George, Gwen still has a little understanding of some reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance methods. At this time, looking around, Gwen also found a problem. Sue, I think your guess is right. I may be being followed. Sui was extremely nervous. Gwen, tell me where you are, and I will rescue you right away. Gwen was a little moved when she heard Sui's words, but she was also worried that Sui would get involved and be in danger. In Gwen's view, although Sui can defeat Flash, it is only limited to fighting. These people came to make trouble for themselves, and they might have weapons, which Sui could not deal with. No need, Sue, you will be in danger too. I will contact my daddy. He is the sheriff, and he will come to rescue me soon. Gwen, trust me, I'm actually a spider bully. Tell me where you are, and I'll be right there. Gwen couldn't believe it. The superhero was actually my classmate? Sue, you're not lying to me, are you? Definitely not. You tell me where you are first, and then delay the time. I will be right there. Okay. Sui got the approximate location of Gwen, then found a corner, transformed immediately, and wandered in the city. At least, after becoming a spider bully, the speed of this journey can be faster. On the other hand, Gwen has tried her best to delay the time. Gwen's abnormal behavior was discovered by the gangsters. The gangsters immediately decided not to continue to follow, but to attack directly. Gwen could only run away while contacting his father. But the phone didn't work. At this moment, Gwen didn't panic because the phone didn't get through, but continued to run away. In terms of psychological quality, Gwen is still very good. However, the number of bandits was more than Gwen thought. Blocked back and forth, Gwen had no way to escape, so he could only run to the dark alley, praying that Sui would come sooner. It's here. She has nowhere to go. Damn it. This guy can really run, it took us so long. Stop talking nonsense, take people away quickly. Gwen stepped back cautiously. Who the hell are you? Why are you arresting me? The gangsters didn't answer, they just approached quickly, ready to take Gwen away by force. Help! Help! Among the gangsters, one gave the order, catch her, don't let her make a sound. Definitely, don't hurt her, she is very important. Yes! Gwen probably guessed that these people must have known their identities before they did this. In other words, these people came for their father, Sergeant George. Gwen called for help just now, hoping that Sui could hear her. At this moment, seeing the gangsters approaching, Gwen could only continue to stall for time. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you fear the man in autumn clothes or the bully spider? The gangsters chuckled. Spider bully? A spider? How could someone call that name? Just as the gangsters were about to finish their mission and relax, a voice came from the sky. Maybe you don't know, I'm called this name because I specialize in cleaning up your trash. Now, I'm going to put some dust in your eyes. Yi's sudden appearance shocked all the gangsters. Even if they don't pay much attention to the news, they have heard the names of Falling Man, Daredevil, and Spider Bully. Now, seeing Sui appearing and seeing the dark spider in front of him reflecting the cold light, everyone felt a chill. What is this thing? Spider Bully? Whatever he is. Can he still block bullets? Without further ado, he took out his pistol and emptied the magazine. Su-Yi's symbiote battlesuit formed a shield directly in front of him, blocking himself and Gwen. These gangsters also found that something was wrong. This person could actually block bullets. Monster, he's a monster. We can't defeat the monster. Boss, what should we do? Should we withdraw? These gangsters couldn't deal with Su-Yi even with guns, so they retreated immediately. They want to run away, but Su-Yi won't let them do so. There was a movement in the body, and Su-Yi moved so fast that the few people couldn't react at all. The symbiote battlesuit also began to change, extending many tentacles-like parts to assist in attack. Under the night, Su-Yi's spider bully turns into a ghost. The evil spirits rushed into the crowd, and soon there were painful wailings. After just 10 seconds, the gangsters had all fallen down. The symbiote is all retracted and turned into a garment. These gangsters are terrified by the battlesuit, which looks like a ghost, which makes people feel frightened. Definitely, it was impossible for Su-Yi to let these gangsters go easily, and he shot cleanly, directly wounding people, making them powerless to resist and unable to escape. Tell me, who sent you here? These people just wailed, but no one answered Su-Yi's question. You are a devil, you are not human. Don't come here. I don't know anything. Su-Yi looked at these terrified gangsters and didn't intend to let them go like this. He came to a person and squatted down. Stretching out his finger, the symbiote battlesuit turned into a small bug and crawled towards this person. Do you know what this is? Aliens, symbiotes. They can eat people. When this little bug crawls through your nose and then into your brain, it will eat away at your brain bit by bit. I think very few people have experienced this feeling. Do you want to try it? The gangster was scared to pee in an instant. No, don't. I don't want to. Tell me, who sent you here? The gangster was extremely hesitation, but he still didn't dare to name the person behind it. Su-Yi grinned suddenly, and the mask of the symbiote battlesuit also smiled directly into the appearance of venom. I see. Besides me, you have someone more afraid. The underground king of this city, the root of all evil, Jin. These gangsters were shocked and terrified. No, I didn't say anything. Su-Yi is no longer interested in these people. Knowing who is behind the scenes, Su-Yi will know what to do. Su stood up and looked at the night sky. It seems that something has to be done. Su-Yi hadn't planned to do anything to Jin and planned to leave him to Daredevil and Gwen. Unexpectedly, Jin dared to do something to Gwen, and Su-Yi couldn't keep him anymore. Let's put it aside for a while about dealing with Jin. Su-Yi returned to Gwen. Are you okay? Gwen was extremely excited and tentatively asked Su-Yi's identity. You really are? Su-Yi showed her face, revealing her identity. Let someone deal with these people first. They are probably coming for your father. Let him be careful. Gwen suppressed the excitement in her heart. I will. After Su-Yi has dealt with these matters, it is not suitable to meet Gwen's father for the time being. I will observe nearby first, and I will leave when someone arrives. Good night. Gwen really wanted to hold Su-Yi, but also knew that now was not the time. Good night. Su-Yi watched from a high place and did not leave at ease until George arrived. After a lot of tossing, Su-Yi returned home. While eating dinner, Su-Yi was also thinking about one thing. That is why Jin did something to Gwen. Jin's intention to attack Gwen is only because of George. However, George didn't provoke him. Why did he provoke Gwen? From Jin's point of view, Su-Yi began to speculate on Jin's purpose. Jin has only one purpose, and that is for his own business, to become the underground king. For this reason, Jin not only expanded his influence, portrayed himself as a business person, but also attracted many white people. Intimidation, temptation, all in one. If it doesn't work, then completely destroy it to prevent it from getting in the way. Gwen's father, George, has status, ability, and a sense of justice. With George as a person, it is absolutely impossible to get along with Jin. Perhaps, the purpose of Jin's doing this is to control George. Su-Yi knocked on the table, thinking about how to deal with Jin. Jin, the boss, is no match for little Spider-Man when it comes to fighting alone, let alone the current Su-Yi. Jin is not difficult to deal with because of his money ability, because of his connections, and because of this city. Because superhero has concerns and will not kill him, but he is brave and will do everything he can. Because there is no death penalty, even if he is put in prison, Jinbin can still live a good life, so Jinbin dares to do whatever he wants. In the comics, Jinbin is in a prison, and he can rely on his money ability and connections to get along smoothly in the prison, and even manipulate the outside world secretly. In the Daredevil episode, Jinbin was also imprisoned by Daredevil through legal means. However, Jean not only lived well, but even thought of a way to escape from prison. He even borrowed the hands of the FBI to eradicate many opponents. Jinbin, you can't keep it, or there will be endless troubles. However, Sue also knows one thing: she can't incarnate her ancestors. She can do whatever she wants. It seems that I still have to find the old iron to come forward. If it doesn't work, let the old iron build a prison. Sue's eyes were cold. Jinbin, I didn't pay attention to you at first. It's good for you. Jump out and kill yourself. Then don't blame me. You're dead, and Jesus can't keep you, I told you. However, let's wait for Gwen to obtain the super ability first, and let's practice with you first. Sue finished dinner and went on with her own business. And Gwen also followed George and finished dealing with these gangsters. These gangsters only said that they were resentful and revenged on George, but they didn't dare to explain the real murderer behind the scenes. While eating dinner, Gwen talked to her parents about the spider bully. It's just that George didn't like these masked men very much and argued with Gwen. Gwen was not in the mood to eat immediately, so she hid in her room on the grounds that she was frightened. Recalling the process of Sue saving herself, Gwen couldn't help her heart beat wildly. It's really Sue, he saved me. Picking up the phone, Gwen was ready to contact Sue. At this time, Gwen was about to dial the phone number, but she was a little nervous and didn't know how to speak. After practicing for a while, Gwen summoned up the courage to call Sue. Hello, Sue. Gwen, what's wrong? I want to say thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been taken away by them. Sue heard Gwen's nervousness and deliberately teased, Gwen, is it just to say thank you? Before Gwen could think of a new reason, Sue continued, Gwen, I like you. Please be my girlfriend. Gwen was unable to calm down when Sue suddenly confessed her love. Last time at the coffee shop, facing Sue's frankness, Gwen was still calm. Because at that time, she only had a slight liking for Sue, not to the extent that she liked it. At this moment, Gwen has already fallen in love with Sue. Being suddenly confessed by Sue, I was a little overwhelmed. Gwen was about to agree, but there was a knock on the door. Gwen, can I come in? When Gwen heard that it was her mother's voice, she panicked like a little girl secretly calling her boyfriend. My mother is here, so I'll hang up first. Sue smiled wryly, didn't get an answer, and was interrupted by Gwen's mother. After Gwen hung up the phone, she opened the door and invited her mother, Helen, into the room. Gwen, I know you're in shock. I just came to make sure. Are you really okay? I'm fine, because the spider bully showed up in time. I wasn't hurt. I was just a little worried about Daddy. These people must be here for Daddy. It's okay, trust George. He has a lot of experience. He will handle it well. Also, you also know his identity, so don't be angry if he doesn't like masked people like spider bullies. I'm not angry. It's just that I believe that the spider bully is a good person. He did it just to help others and to make this city better, just like what my father is doing. However, my father can't accept the spider bully. Helen comforted, maybe, he just needs a little time, he will understand, because he is also a good person. Helen continued, Gwen, you only ate a little food. Do you need me to prepare some bread and milk? No, thank you, Mom. Helen didn't force it either, forget it. We, mother and daughter, continue to chat and talk about the phone call just now. Gwen's face became a little more shy. As someone who has experienced it, Helen could see Gwen's thoughts at a glance. Clearly, Gwen is in love. Helen immediately said, I don't want to pry into your privacy, and I don't object to your falling in love. However, it would be even better if you could bring him back, have a meal together, and let your father and I meet him. Gwen didn't refuse. I need to discuss it with him. No problem. You decide the time, and let me know in advance when the time comes. I will prepare the dinner. Thank you, Mom. Then can you talk to me about him? Gwen has also recovered a lot and is no longer as shy as she was at first. Sue is an Oriental man, looks very handsome, and studies very well. It seems that he has also learned martial arts and defeated the school bully Flash. Gwen praised a lot, and Helen couldn't hide her smile when she heard Gwen's words. It sounds like a very good boy. I believe in your vision and look forward to meeting him next time. The mother and daughter communicated for a while, and after watching Gwen recover, Helen left. However, when Helen left, Gwen picked up the phone and started hesitation again. Should I call Sue and tell him my decision? Or should I tell him in person? Who has anyone confessed over the phone? It's getting late. Sue must have rested, right? Forget it. I'd better go wash up and go to bed early. At this moment, Gwen's mobile phone suddenly received a message from Sue. Sue waited and waited for a long time, but did not hear from Gwen. Also in the hesitation whether to contact Gwen, and finally planned to give Gwen a little space to let Gwen think slowly. I love you, good night. Seeing this message, Gwen decided to contact Sue anyway. Sue, are you asleep? Not yet. I've been waiting for your answer, and I'm worried about putting pressure on you. Gwen didn't have the slightest hesitation this time. Sue, I love you too. Sue thumped and sat up, unable to suppress his smile anymore. From the first day she came to this world, from the first time she saw Gwen, Sue has been looking forward to this moment. Now, it's finally here. Singing with the lines of Master Shing's movie, that is, I got what I want. Gwen, I can't wait to see you. Me too. The two chatted for a while, and Gwen was reminded that it was time to rest, so she hung up the phone with Sue. However, at this moment, Gwen was extremely excited, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. My mind is full of Sue's appearance, as well as my expectations for tomorrow. Unable to fall asleep, he simply came to the table. Gwen took out her paintbrush and began to paint on the paper. Although it is not a professional level, it can still be seen that there is some foundation. Soon, the painting was completed. The face is that of Sue, and the body is that of a spider bully wearing a symbiote battlesuit. Looking at the painting, Gwen showed a satisfied smile. It's really good. When I came to the window and looked at the painting in my hand, my thoughts kept flying. That night, Gwen was visibly insomnia. If she hadn't been woken up, I'm afraid Gwen would be late. Looking at Gwen's dark circles, Helen became a little suspicious. Gwen, what's wrong with you? It looks like you haven't slept well. I'm a bit insomnia because of what happened last night. Gwen's mother, Helen, naturally knew that it was definitely not because Gwen was afraid, but probably because she was chatting with her boyfriend and lost track of time. He didn't criticize too much, just reminded, Gwen, when you are in class, it's best not to fall asleep. Gwen also felt that she was still in good spirits now, but it would be difficult to say when the class was over. I will try my best. At school, Gwen came to the classroom full of excitement, only to find that Sue hadn't arrived yet. Back to his position, he can only wait for Sue to arrive. Finally, after waiting for a long time, Gwen waited for Sue. After Sue approached, Gwen also stood up. Hi, Gwen, it seems that you are not in a good state. Is it because of insomnia? Gwen was still a little nervous. Yes, you know what happened. I was so excited. So, you just greeted me normally. Shouldn't you do something else? Gwen has hinted so clearly, Sue definitely can't be cowardly, and the relationship between the two is confirmed. This is, in the eyes of the whole class, it seems that something is not quite right. Betty fell into shock. Sue and Gwen, are they boyfriend and girlfriend? What about Mary Jane? As a friend of Gwen and Mary Jane, Betty also knew something. She immediately looked at Mary Jane and saw Mary Jane's complicated expression. Mary Jane was extremely envious and jealous when she saw Sue and Gwen getting close. Little Spider-Man Peter began to doubt life even more. Isn't Sue dating Mary Jane? Why is she so close to Gwen again? In the end, what happened? Could it be that Sue and Mary Jane broke up? Does that mean I have a chance? Peter looked at the two and also noticed Mary Jane's depressed expression. Mary Jane. Mary Jane pretended not to see and silently returned to her seat. Seeing that Mary Jane was depressed and angry, Peter was going to ask Sue to clarify. Soo-yi and Gwen have officially announced their identities, but the relationship between Soo-yi and Mary Jane is somewhat doubtful. Everyone is very curious how Soo-yi was in a relationship with Mary Jane before, but suddenly it was Gwen. Especially Peter, the mood is very complicated. Both wishing that Soo-yi and Mary Jane were really over and worrying that it would hurt Mary Jane. When Soo-yi returned to his seat, Peter couldn't wait to ask, "Sue, aren't you dating Mary Jane? Did you break up with her?" It's a bit complicated. I'll find time to talk it over with Mary Jane and Gwen. Listening to Soo-yi's answer, Peter felt something was wrong. What is a little complicated? Could it be that Soo-yi and Mary Jane haven't broken up yet? Soo-yi is on two boats? Thinking of this, Peter was furious and could no longer calm down. "Sue, how could you do this? Why did you do this to Mary Jane?" Soo-yi could only explain, "Mary Jane and I will deal with this matter." Mary Jane has no objection, does she? Hearing Soo-yi's justification, Peter's mentality collapsed a bit. It seems that Mary Jane really saw it, but she was not angry. Peter couldn't figure it out. Could Mary Jane accept this? The more Peter thought about it, the more angry he became, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was just Mary Jane's classmate and neighbor, not even a friend. However, Peter still refused to give up. "Sue, I won't watch you hurt Mary Jane." "Don't worry, I won't hurt her." How could Soo-yi have the heart to hurt Mary Jane? It must be loving her. After dismissing Peter, Soo-yi decided to buy a choice reminder card to remind herself whether to confess to Gwen or not. Came out as a spider bully to save Pepper, then Tony, and Gwen last night. Although they didn't get a lottery chance, they got 5,000 fate points in total. Now there are 12,000 destiny points. According to the normal situation, Soo-yi needs to upgrade spirit or energy. However, now that the situation has changed, Soo-yi feels that the most important thing is to stabilize the relationship between Gwen and Mary Jane. System: buy a selection reminder card in the discount mall. Successful purchase: consume 8,000 fate points. Balance 4,000. The system uses hint cards to remind you how to handle the relationship between Gwen and Mary Jane. Cue card takes effect. The host chose to hide it from Gwen. If Gwen finds out, Gwen will most likely choose to leave. The host chooses to confess to Gwen, and there is a high probability that he will get what he wants. Soo-yi was a little shocked, "Huh? Gwen, are you so easy to talk to? When I confessed to Mary Jane needed to calm down. After my unremitting efforts, the relationship was restored, but Mary Jane still hasn't made a decision. How did it go so smoothly when I got to Gwen?" Anyway, Soo-yi is very happy. At least, don't worry about this problem. After school, we went to the coffee shop to drink coffee together, and then dealt with this matter. As for little Spider-Man, I can only say sorry. This time it is estimated that I have to cut it. If Peter knew that both of them were his girlfriends, his mentality would have collapsed, right? It won't be blackened by then, right? Soo-yi vaguely remembered that in a parallel universe, Gwen became a Spider-Man and Peter and Blacken became a lizard. Probably not. While Get Out of Class was over, Soo-yi invited Gwen and Mary Jane to have coffee together after school, to deal with the complicated relationship in an instant. Neither Gwen nor Mary Jane said no, definitely, and one more lightbulb Betty. Finally, after school, Soo-yi took the three girls to a coffee shop outside the school. Peter followed closely because he was worried about Mary Jane, ready to see the final result. When they came to the coffee shop, the four of them sat at a table, and Peter sat in the far corner. "Gwen, you know, when Mary Jane and I pretended to be boyfriend and girlfriend." Gwen nodded. "I definitely know, I don't mind." "Then what if I tell you that Mary Jane and I have passed the meeting?" Gwen suddenly felt a little regretful. It seemed that she was still in favor of Soo-yi and Mary Jane. Now, even if Soo-yi and Mary Jane are fake, it always feels like she is the third party. I can accept it too. Soo-yi didn't intend to continue probing. Actually, Mary Jane and I met once, although it was only for dinner and watching a musical. Nothing else happened. However, Mary Jane asked me a question at the time. She asked me which of you I would choose. Gwen was a little nervous, not knowing Soo-yi's original choice. "What's your answer?" "My answer is you two. I like you, Gwen and Mary Jane." Gwen and Betty were shocked. How could such an operation be possible? In a short period of time, it is still a bit unacceptable. So, you're a playboy like Tony Stark? Sue also had no choice but to take Tony out to clear himself up. Good brother, it's just for cheating. No, I'm not like him. He's a romantic. You can change him once you love him. I want you all by my side. I will love you both. Although it was a bit difficult to accept, it was finally clear. Sue was also praying silently in his heart. System, I hope the reminder card you gave won't lie to me. If you screw up, don't blame me for turning your back. Gwen drank some coffee to calm down and looked at Mary Jane. Mary Jane has known about Sue's choice for a long time, and seems to have considered it for a long time. Gwen intends to test Mary Jane's answer. Mary Jane, what do you think? Mary Jane finally plucked up the courage. I was very resistant when I heard the answer. But I love Sue very much. When I saw you two being intimate, I admit that I was very envious and jealous. I might agree. Gwen also felt hesitation in her heart. I don't want to leave Sue either. Sue is ecstatic. It seems that his wish is really going to come true. These two won, the others, will it be far behind? And Pepper and Betty and Natasha Romanoff and Wanda, who hasn't even played yet. I have a condition. Sue was a little puzzled. Whatever the condition, I will definitely agree. Gwen quietly leaned into Sue's ear and stated her condition. Sue's heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and he soared 120. Mary Jane and Betty were a little curious, and Gwen only quietly told them about the condition. You have to prove your ability before I can promise you. No problem anytime. How about Saturday afternoon? Visit Osborne Industries in the morning, and then you can come over to my house. Go for a swim and get some sun. Gwen and Sue arranged to meet their parents on Sunday and went to Sue's house on Saturday afternoon, which seemed to work. I think so. Mary Jane also replied, I haven't been in the sun for a while, and I'm fine with that. Betty, what about you? Sue asked Betty suddenly, and Betty was taken aback. And me? This is your business. I just invite you to my house as a guest to go swimming and bask in the sun. Okay, add me. Sue's relationship with Gwen and Mary Jane has already been dealt with. The ending is still good, and Sue also believes that the final step will be completed soon. After drinking coffee, we made an appointment to go swimming at Sue's family on Sunday. After chatting for a while, they went home. Peter finally found a chance and stopped Sue. Sue saw Peter's appearance and knew what Peter was thinking. Mary Jane and Gwen will be my girlfriends, and I won't hurt them. Don't worry, Peter. Before Peter started asking, Sue offered the answer. This caused Peter's young heart to be hit violently, and at this moment, Peter was a little bit broken. How can that be? How is it impossible? I like them and they all like me. I will treat them well, not hurt them. After Sue finished speaking, she patted Peter on the shoulder. Goodbye, Peter. Peter returned home devastated, feeling hopeless. Time passed, and finally it was Saturday. Time to visit the Osborne mansion. This is an activity arranged by the school, and the whole class must participate. Everyone gathered at the school gate and took the school bus to Osborne Industry together. Definitely, Sue drove here by herself and drove away with 3 girls, which is very enviable. Although the Osborne Industrial Building is not as high profile as the Stark Building, it is still a luxurious building. Sue and others got off the car one after another and entered the Osborne Building under the guidance of the staff. Welcome to Visit Osborne Industries. Such activities are actually just a means of propaganda. The Osborne Building displayed a lot of scientific research products, and it still looks very good. Not only that, Osborne Industry also invited some technology leaders to give a brief introduction. Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Otto, and this is our latest nuclear energy model from Osborne Industries. This model is completely different from Stark Industries' arc reactor. I call this model an artificial sun. If successful, this would be a major breakthrough in nuclear energy. Sue took a look, and it really looked like a little sun. One of the students asked curiously, Dr. Otto, Stark Industries has already produced the arc reactor and controlled nuclear energy. Your current research is meaningless. Otto is still a scientist at the moment, with great ideals, and there is no blacken yet. Student, you missed what you said. We still know too little about nuclear energy. Arc reactor is just one way to use nuclear energy, not all of it. We need to explore more. After experiencing all this, what S.H.I.E.L.D looks forward to most is the mutated spider. Finally, we arrived at the mutated spider area, where Professor Connors was in charge. Connors, wearing the white coat that researchers often wear, stood here and introduced gene therapy technology to everyone. Peter also knew that Connors was his father's colleague because of the research materials of his father, Richard Parker. At the moment, I am more interested in gene therapy technology. After Professor Connors' introduction, Peter took the initiative to talk to Connors. Hello, Dr. Connors. I'm Peter Parker. Hello, Parker. Do you have any questions? Peter was very excited. He could learn about gene therapy technology, and he could also take the opportunity to get to know his father. My father is Richard Parker. I recently saw some materials left by him, but there are some things I don't understand. Connors became interested as soon as he heard it, Richard Parker's son and information. Connors immediately realized that perhaps the information left by Richard was the key technology to help him complete the gene therapy technology. You are Richard's son? He was the captain of our research team back then, and he was simply a genius. Unfortunately, an airplane accident. I think if he is still alive, he must have completed gene therapy technology long ago. Peter heard someone praise his father, and he knew more about his father. After saying these words, Peter was instantly drawn closer by Connors. Unsuspecting, Peter took out some notes from his research from his backpack. Professor Connors, these are the study notes I made based on my father's research materials, but I don't understand this formula. Connors took a closer look. This formula is very critical. Immediately became excited. This formula is very critical, and it should be the key to unlocking gene therapy technology. I have been stuck here for a long time, Peter. You have helped me a lot. Peter was also very excited. I just want to fulfill my father's wish, to realize gene therapy technology and help more people. Connors was about to continue his research, but was called by the staff. Professor Connors, you have to leave. Mr. Osborne is looking for you. Connors suddenly felt extremely regretful. Oh, I'll go right away. Peter, your information is very helpful to me. If you have time, you can visit me at my house tomorrow. We can have a good discussion on this issue, and I can let you join my research work. I will pay your salary, and this research result has your credit. Peter is very happy. Doing research with Connors will make it easier for him to go to university and even find a job in the future. Not only that, but also get wages, which can subsidize the family, so Aunt May will not have to work so hard. Yeah, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Parker. Peter was very happy and in a good mood. Back to the place where the classmates were, Ned asked curiously, Peter, what is so happy? Dr. Connors is going to hire me as his research assistant, and I'll be paid. Oh, that's really cool. Peter looked at these spiders, feeling extremely happy, picked up the camera, and took pictures of the spiders. Unbeknownst to Peter, a spider crawling out of the exhibition was approaching Peter. And S.H.I.E.L.D stared at Peter closely and came to Peter's side. The symbiote was also ready. After the spider finished biting Peter, S.H.I.E.L.D took the spider and let it bite Gwen again. The cobweb slowly extended, and the mutated spider landed on Peter's hand that took the photo. As if it was destined, he took a bite. Peter felt the pain and was about to slap the spider to death. With quick eyes and quick hands, S.H.I.E.L.D pretended to help Peter shoot off the spider. In fact, he caught the spider with the symbiosis and prepared to use it for Gwen. Next, it is natural to let the tool spider complete its final role. Gwen was still a little puzzled. Sue, it seems that something bit me. It seems to hurt a bit. Maybe it's a mosquito. Are there mosquitoes here? Gwen didn't show any abnormalities for the time being and didn't care too much. And this tool spider was resolutely killed by S.H.I.E.L.D after the task was completed. S.H.I.E.L.D is now full of expectations, patiently waiting for the system's voice. I don't know how many fate points I can get by helping Gwen become a Spider-Man this time. Finally, the sound of the system appeared. Ding, the host helped Gwen obtain super abilities. Here we come, I don't know how many fate points we can have. The system's notification sound continued, finally announcing the harvest. Gwen's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 500,000 fate points. Get an extra set of symbiosis battlesuit. An extra chance to get an ordinary lottery draw. Sui didn't know what to say, so she could only sigh. The system is awesome. The system's explanation is that Gwen's acquisition of super ability will not only change his fate of falling to death, but also become a superhero, which will affect more major events. From this point of view, 500,000 destiny points is reasonable. The symbiosis battlesuit is specially prepared for Gwen. After all, the battlesuit I made by myself is too troublesome to wear, unlike the symbiosis battlesuit, which is convenient and practical. System, let's draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special ability, Hearing Strengthening. Hearing Strengthening, similar to Daredevil's hearing level, but not as good as Superman. This level is enough. After the visit, everyone went back to their respective homes. Sui drove the three of Gwen home, ready to enjoy the good time in the afternoon. Peter went to the library with Ned, ready to study together. After the two were bitten by the spider, they felt a little uncomfortable, felt a little pain in the wound, and felt a little sleepy. Didn't care much, didn't take it seriously. Gwen, Mary Jane, and Betty had a wuxian meal together, and then the four went to the swimming pool to bask in the sun. After the three changed into swimsuits, they competed for beauty by the pool. Sui changed into her swimsuit and appeared. This well-proportioned and muscular body immediately attracted the attention of the three of them. Oh, Sue's figure is simply amazing. I love the muscles. Sui brought over a small refrigerator with several bottles of drinks and wine in it. Drinks I prepared for you. You're welcome. Do you need sunscreen? Sui took the initiative to take care of the three of them, but after Gwen lay down, she fell asleep in a daze. There was no way, Sui had no choice, but to use a parasol to help Gwen cover the sun. Betty and Mary basked briefly in the sun and didn't need an umbrella at all. Originally, Gwen planned to test Sui's ability, but now that she was asleep, she couldn't do it. Sui was also lying on the chair, soaking up the sun. Sue, do you need sunscreen? Looking at Mary Jane, how could Sui refuse? I can't refuse. Sui let Mary Jane help, while she lay down and prepared to count the harvest. System, upgrade the level. Intelligence is already at LV5, it's enough, so let's not improve it. Spirit and energy should be raised to LV5 first, so you can't fall behind. Then strength, speed, endurance, and spirit, all raised to LV6. Successful evolution, a total of 420,000 destiny points were consumed, with a balance of 840,000. This feeling is the evolution of life and the sublimation of the soul. Just one word, cool. Unfortunately, the speed is so fast, it can't fly yet. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Sui. Age, 19. Fate points, 840,000. Intelligence, LV5. Power, LV6, 10,000 tons. Speed, LV6, Mach 10. Endurance, LV6. Spirit, LV6. Energy, LV5. Battle skill, LV4. Special ability, teleportation, wind blade, danger warning, hearing strengthening. Special items, symbiosis battle suit 2, 1 bottle of water of life. Special props, none. With her improved strength and no one to accompany her, Sue is in a good mood. Okay, Sue. Mary Jane was about to leave. Sue, why is Gwen asleep? Is she okay? Sue was also a little worried, not knowing about Gwen's current situation. Will the integrate gene be dangerous? Shouldn't something happen? How about using a drop of water of life? The Odavai is the purest life force and is naturally harmless. To be on the safe side, I still use it. Anyway, Gwen is her own. After thinking about it, Sui decided to use a drop of water of life. It should be fine. Sui took out a bottle out of thin air and came to Gwen, ready to feed Gwen a drop of water of life. This bottle is specially made by the system, and a drop of water of life will drip out every time, neither more nor less. Mary Jane looked at Sui's actions and was very puzzled. Sue, what are you doing? Don't worry, I won't hurt Gwen. This is the water of life, which can prolong life, delay aging, and keep people young in their 50s and 60s. While speaking, this drop of water of life has been poured out and fell into Gwen's mouth. Just at this moment, the fragrance of the water of life spread. Betty and Mary Jane just smelled a little fragrance, and they both felt indescribably comfortable. Then, of course, it was Mary Jane and Betty's turn. Anyway, Betty was here. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't intend to waste any more time, and just settled it together. Mary Jane, Betty, you have a share. Mary Jane didn't refuse and believed S.H.I.E.L.D. Mary Jane also felt the changes brought about by the water of life, as if her whole body had become more energetic. The body is getting lighter and the skin is getting better. Betty, it's your turn. Me? This thing should be very expensive, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't give Betty any room to argue, so she took the initiative and kissed her. I have always been generous to my women. Betty secretly watched Mary Jane and Gwen, afraid that they would make trouble for her. Sue, can this water of life cure diseases? My mother, because of the pain of illness, the hospital can only temporarily maintain her life. If this thing works, I want to leave it to my mom. S.H.I.E.L.D is not too clear about it, but only knows that the water of life prolongs life, delays aging, and enhances vitality. Can recover if injured. But being sick is a different concept. System, can it be treated? Water of life can enhance immunity and is effective for most diseases. S.H.I.E.L.D said, it should be useful, but don't worry, this drop is yours. Just give your mother another drop when the time comes. Betty was very excited, really? Sue, I don't know how to thank you. S.H.I.E.L.D comforted, it's okay, but this water of life is very rare. Let's find a chance to heal your mother. Thank you, Sue. Betty was also very proactive and expressed her gratitude in her own way. Betty liked S.H.I.E.L.D in the first place, and now she is even more moved by S.H.I.E.L.D, and she has completely fallen in love with S.H.I.E.L.D. All three of them took a drop of the water of life, and the effect of the water of life was also very obvious. The two feel incredibly comfortable and see each other become even more beautiful. It's really amazing. S.H.I.E.L.D jumped into the pool and swam 2 laps. Watching the two obsessed with their own changes, I felt that swimming alone was too boring. Betty, Mary Jane, don't sigh. Let's go swimming together or play water volleyball. Betty and Mary Jane accepted the invitation. They didn't intend to bask in the sun and jumped into the swimming pool one after another. Gwen regained consciousness, but not quite sober. At this moment, Gwen, with her eyes closed, could perceive the water splashing and falling. Can perceive to the side the trail of the leaves being blown by the wind. Gwen woke up with a start and sat up, as if from a bad dream. In front of you, S.H.I.E.L.D is playing volleyball with Mary Jane and Betty in the water. It's just that Gwen didn't have the heart to pay attention to these. She could feel the changes in herself. S.H.I.E.L.D knew that Gwen had acquired the super ability, and she was getting used to it at the moment, and might still be a little unaccustomed. Gwen has gained a super ability. I'll help her get used to it first. Gwen heard it clearly and was only curious. Gwen, don't be nervous and don't be afraid. Gwen gradually calmed down. Sue, do you know something? Before in Osborn building, you were bitten by a mutated spider, so you gained a spider-like super ability. Walter, your strength, speed, reaction, and perception ability are all far superior to ordinary people. In addition, you can climb walls with absorbent objects like spiders. Gwen just couldn't believe it. Sue, are you kidding me? Definitely not. Under S.H.I.E.L.D's guidance, Gwen experienced her super ability. It's really similar to what S.H.I.E.L.D said, but it's a bit difficult to control. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay, I'll take care of it. I can really climb the wall, but how do I release it? Shouldn't I keep absorbent on the wall? Relax, feel it slowly, try to control it. It should be very simple. It took more than half an hour for Gwen to initially grasp his super ability. Great strength, quick reflexes, and superhuman speed. The most important thing is Spider-Man's wall climbing ability, which even made Gwen a little worried. Sue, do you think I will turn into a spider? If I have a child, will it be affected? S.H.I.E.L.D hugged Gwen and comforted Gwen. I promise. Definitely not. That's good. Gwen finally calmed down and accepted the fact. Sue, why do you know about my super ability? Was it related to you when I was bitten by a spider? Sue.E also generously admitted, I did it. That spider bit Peter, making Peter a Spider-Man. However, in some parallel time and space, you will become Spider-Man. So, you're meant to be a hero, Gwen. Gwen was a little surprised, me. Right. Gwen also quickly accepted this fact. After all, Gwen also had the same idea. At this moment, I remembered that Sue.E is a spider bully. Then can I fight bad guys with you? Definitely yes. Go Spider. Go Spider? Cool, I love that name. Gwen left a mark on Sue.E's face lightly, but Sue.E was not satisfied. Oh, this kind of repayment is not enough. I even specially prepared a gift for it. What gift? Sue.E came to the side and took out a piece of paper. On this piece of paper is Sue.E's painting, which shows the appearance of the battle suit of the ghost spider. Look, how about such a battle suit? Gwen saw the painting of Sue.E, saw the appearance of the ghost spider battle suit, and fell in love with it immediately. I like this kind of battle suit, Sue. Are you ready? Sue.E took out the symbiote battle suit that the system had just rewarded, and it was just a bracelet at the moment. You put this on. What is this? Unconscious symbiote. After you wear it, you can control the battle suit, like me. With Sue.E's thought, the symbiote battle suit has already covered the upper body, and can even change its appearance. My battle suit, the same nature as your battle suit? It's just too cool. Betty and Mary Jane looked on, envious too. Envy is envy, but there is no trace of jealousy. None of them wanted to be a superhero. Mary Jane wanted to be an actor, and Betty was influenced by her mother and wanted to be a reporter. Gwen took the bracelet and felt stabbed. Oh, the bracelet seems to have stabbed me. I pricked you and sucked a drop of your blood before you can control it. Now you can try. Gwen found that she could perceive the existence of the symbiosis battle suit, and with just one thought, the symbiosis battle suit could begin to change. Gwen takes control of the symbiote battle suit, which takes the form of a ghost spider battle suit. Sue.E took out her mobile phone and showed Gwen how she looked at the moment. Gwen was extremely excited. It's just perfect. Gwen experienced the symbiote battle suit, which did not affect her normal activities at all. On the contrary, it also enhanced her physical fitness. In the future, we can act together. Gwen flew into Sue.E's arms. Sue, I don't even know what to say. Mary Jane and Betty said, not only is it a super ability, Sue also fed you a drop of water of life. The ostivi that prolong life and preserve youth. You can see if you have become more beautiful. Only then did Gwen notice that both Betty and Mary Jane had become a little more beautiful, probably because they had also taken the ostivi. I can't wait to take out my phone and look at my face. It seems that I have really become more beautiful. Sue, what's that? That's a good thing I got in other universes. This kind of good thing was originally for the people around me. Gwen looked at Betty and Mary Jane. They both use it, don't they? Sue.E didn't argue, yes. Gwen already knew that with one more Betty, there might be more in the future, but at this moment, Gwen did not intend to pursue further. Sue, I want to join in and play volleyball together. Definitely can. The four of them played volleyball in the pool together, laughing and laughing with the sound of water waves until dusk. It's getting late. I'm going to prepare dinner for you and then take you home. By the way, and Betty, I will go to the hospital with you and help you pick up your mother and then treat her. Thank you, Sue. Sue.E prepared dinner and then sent people home. Mary Jane, Gwen, and then Betty. The two went to the hospital together and visited Betty's mother. Betty, do you trust me? Then let's go through the discharge procedures tomorrow and then take her home. I will treat her with the water of life, and it will definitely cure her. Thank you, Sue. Sue.E squeezed Betty's face. You have already thanked me, and from now on, you are my girlfriend. There is no need to say thank you. Betty's pink cheeks blushed a little. I don't think it's enough. There's still a lot of time tonight. Why don't you go back to my house? Betty did not refuse and followed Sue.E back home. After a busy day, Sue.E finally got some free time. System, clear up the harvest. With a contented smile on Sue's face, today, he finally succeeded in cutting off the beard. Not just Gwen, but Betty and Mary Jane. Mary Jane is the official partner of Little Spider-Man. In the comics, she has always supported Little Spider-Man behind her back and is the source of strength that Little Spider-Man insists on. Among the three, Mary Jane should have given more destiny points, right? Dang, the host intercepted who go in, Mary Jane and Betty. Sui didn't dare to get too excited, so as not to disturb Betty, who was beside her. Quietly looking at the system's rewards, Sui couldn't help but get excited. Fortunately, Betty was tired and slept soundly. Betty's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 10,000 fate points. Gwen's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 10,000 fate points. Mary Jane's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 300,000 fate points. An extra chance to get an ordinary lucky draw. 300,000 is not a lot. Lottery. Acquire special props, mission card. Task card. After using it, trigger the task, complete the task to get extra rewards. It's better not to use the task card yet. If the task is triggered at this time, it will be embarrassing. System. Improve governance and energy. Sui has developed in all aspects, and now all 6-dimensional attributes have reached LV6. In addition to the combat ability, it still stays at LV4. The main reason is that what Sui mastered were close combat skills that ordinary talents use. But now, Sui can completely crush with strength and destroy everything with energy attacks, so the combat ability basically hasn't been improved much. Hey, this day's promotion is really good. After counting the harvest, Sui fell asleep comfortably. A new day and a new task to be busy. Early in the morning, Sui and Betty went to the hospital and helped Betty's mother go through the discharge procedures. The person was brought home and healed with a drop of the Ozdavai. The effect was very good. Bella, who was on the verge of death, began to recover at this moment. There was a little more anger and vitality on his face, and he slowly woke up from the coma. Only half an hour later, the original thin appearance due to illness completely changed, and the whole person returned to normal. Betty wept with joy when her mother's illness improved. Thank you, Sue. Sui caressed Betty's face. I don't like your tears. I hope you will be happy every day in the future. Bella woke up and saw that she was at home with her daughter Betty beside her. Betty. Mom, are you feeling better? I feel better, just a little hungry. I'm going to prepare the food. Betty went to work, leaving only Sui and Bella. Bella recovered a bit, but was still weak. Who are you? What is your relationship with Betty? I'm Betty's boyfriend. My name is Sui. You can call me Sue. You cured me. That's right, using magical oriental medicine. Bella was worried that after she left, Betty would be left alone. Now it seems that it is a good thing that Betty has found her beloved. Thank you. You're welcome. Betty is my girlfriend. I hope she can be happy. Bella replied, me too. Sui found an opportunity to help Betty and prepared 100,000 cash for Betty by the way. Betty. Sui quietly appeared behind Betty and hugged Betty. Sue. Here is 100,000 cash. You take it and use it first. Sue, I can't accept the money. I like you just because of you, not because of money. I know, you can take it as a gift. Gift? Yes, I want a present too. Betty looked at Sue's eyes, a little flustered. I have to prepare the food first. It's okay, I can wait for you. After working all morning, he finally finished dealing with Betty's affairs. Bella is recovering quickly and is expected to be able to fend for herself soon. Betty was very happy and was with her mother. Sui still had things to do, so she didn't stay for too long. Tonight, I'm going to Gwen's house as a guest, so Sui naturally has to make preparations. After making full preparations, Sui drove to Gwen's house. Even a little earlier than on time. When he came to the door, Sui rang the bell. After a while, a middle-aged man with a serious expression opened the door. When Sui was saving Gwen before, he took a glimpse from afar and found that this was Gwen's father, George. Hi, I'm Sui, Gwen's boyfriend. Although George didn't discriminate, he didn't have a good impression of this person who gave away his own cabbage. Although I don't like Sui very much, I still let Sui in. You came a little early, come in. I don't like being late. My name is George and Gwen's mother is Helen. Sui also greeted the two of them. Gwen came down from upstairs and was very happy to see Sui. Daddy, I'm taking Sue to visit my bedroom. We'll be down soon. George originally wanted to keep Sui and get to know his future son-in-law well. As a result, Sui was taken away by Gwen and George couldn't help it. Sui was taken to the bedroom by Gwen, and Sui also saw Gwen's room. It looks neat and tidy, probably just tidied up today. Is this your room? It looks fine. Sue, let me show you something. What? Gwen took out a collection of paintings. I drew this. What do you think? Sui looks at this picture, himself in the symbiote battle suit. Is this drawn that night? Yes. What do you think of my drawing? I think you do a great job of drawing, and it completely captures my handsomeness. Gwen didn't refute. I think you're handsome too. The two became closer and chatted in the bedroom. After a while, Gwen's father called out. Seeing that Sui and Gwen didn't do anything excessive, George was relieved. When the two came to the restaurant, Gwen sat next to Sui. Dinner has begun, and it is inevitable to face the cross-examination of future father-in-law and mother-in-law. I heard from Gwen that you are from the East, which is a magical and ancient country. Yes, that is a very beautiful place. If there is a chance, I will take Gwen to travel to the East. Probably because of his occupation, George asked a more direct question. Why did you come here? Even if you want to study abroad, you should come here when you are in college. Sue didn't hide anything. Because my parents had an accident, I had to come here to live with my grandpa. Unfortunately, not long after I came here, my grandpa also passed away due to illness. Helen heard what happened to Sue. Oh, what a pity, George, your tone should be softer, not like asking a prisoner. Sue is Gwen's boyfriend and our guest. Sue smiled slightly. It's okay, I like the honest way. Helen's question was obviously more gentle. Sue, how did you fall in love with Gwen? Oh, because Flash doesn't like outsiders like me very much. He thinks I'm thin and easy to bully. Gwen is a very kind and just girl, and she stepped forward to stop Flash. She is a girl, but she dared to face a strong man like Flash. I was deeply attracted by Gwen at that time, and I couldn't extricate myself. Helen was very happy. It's a good start, just like George and I were. The whole family enjoyed themselves, and Sue also relaxed. It seems that meeting the parents this time is finally half the battle.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.